Chapter 940. Specks of golden light revolved around his fingertips like golden butterflies. They danced gracefully, and then flew into the sky. Yi Fan was startled. The infant fist-sized Sarira became smaller and smaller, turning into a rain of light that scattered in all directions. The scene was magnificent, holy, solemn, and respectful. Transforming into the Tao. This was the first word that came to his mind, but he felt that it wasn't the case. That ancient Buddha had already passed away in meditation back in the Western Desert. Could it be that there really is reincarnation? Yi Fan immediately became excited. He was overwhelmed with emotions and immediately stood up. During these past few days, he was absent-minded and muddle-headed. He walked around aimlessly and almost didn't know where he was. His parents' figures always appeared in his mind, and he was unable to free himself from his grief. Reincarnation, resurrection. These words lingered in his mind from time to time. It was also because of this that he could think of the Sarira and the ancient coffin that should have been buried in the 9 heavens. Buddhism paid particular attention to the afterlife, and there was a saying of reincarnation. Meanwhile, the 9-layered coffin of the legendary era buried deities, and it was also a product of eternal life. Yi Fan's mind was absent-minded these past few days. He subconsciously took out these 2 items to search for eternal life and the method of reincarnation. All for the sake of seeing his parents again. This was a subconscious action, but it immediately woke him up. Otherwise, he didn't know how many days he would have been muddle-headed. The ancient coffin buried in the 9 heavens didn't change at all. It was still simple and unadorned, but the Sarira was melting bit by bit like a melting snowball. Yi Fan's essence energy was raised to its peak. He stared unblinkingly, and a divine flame throbbed between his brows. He was like a deity. He was using his heart to sense the Sarira and examine its changes. Even though he didn't believe in reincarnation, he still hoped for a miracle. His eyes were deep and unblinking. The Sarira seemed to be transforming into the Tao. It continuously transformed into golden ripples that spread outwards. The colors were beautiful, and it was as if an immortal technique was being displayed. Specks of golden light converged together. "Wow, Uncle, are you performing magic?" A boy ran over from the park. He blinked his eyes as he looked at the Sarira that had turned into specks of light in his hand. "It's so pretty. Uncle, can you teach me how to change? It's so magical and beautiful." The little boy was not shy at all, and begged Yi Fan to teach him. It's much better than witnessing the miracles that happen every year in the Spring Festival Gala. I've long been sick of watching it. A few young people next to him said, joining in the fun. "Hey, why is the space between your brows also shining? Is that phosphorus? Does it hurt?" A young man was quite curious, reaching out his hand to touch the divine flame between Yi Fan's brows. "Ouch, it hurts." His hand hadn't even touched it, but he already felt as if he was being pricked by needles. He quickly withdrew his hand when he was still some distance away and shouted, "Brother, you really have perseverance. Don't you feel pain?" Alas, it's not easy to do anything. Yi Fan didn't pay attention to them. He didn't care about how shocking it would be. He stared at the light overflowing from the Sarira, and watched them fly west. He stood up and chased after them. His speed was extremely fast, disappearing into the distance like a gust of wind. The adorable child fell on his butt, leaving the young men and women stupefied. The Sarira was shining, converging into streaks of light that flowed in the direction where the sun set. It was extremely mysterious. Yi Fan was like the wind and lightning, leaving this city in the blink of an eye. These specks of light were like golden butterflies. They didn't fly that fast, but they fluttered about as if they were alive. Yi Fan had enough time to catch up to them, and he even had time to experience them. There aren't any divine fluctuations, so it isn't a primordial spirit. There aren't any life imprints either, just a type of pure energy. He frowned slightly. Yi Fan was extremely focused. He reached out his divine will, and displayed his cultivation to observe every speck of light. He wanted to understand its source and know what it was exactly. However, he was disappointed. This type of thing had nothing to do with reincarnation, and it didn't have any life imprints. It was just a type of pure energy and nothing else. No wonder even the ancient Buddha himself said that those who believe in it will have it, and those who don't, won't have it. Those who have reached his level of cultivation must have known that death is ultimately in vain. The only thing Yi Fan didn't understand was why the old monk who had transformed into Tao wanted him to bring his Sarira back to earth. What was the meaning of this? This was because he had already discovered that after a period of time, some of the specks of light would dim. They would either dissipate or sink into the mountains, rocks, and vegetation. Occasionally, some of the specks of light would be absorbed by some lucky people. Perhaps he saw a similar flower before he passed away, and even though he knew it wasn't him, he still wanted to get close to it. Yi Fan was disappointed, but he still chased after it, wanting to see the final result. The speed at which these specks of light moved wasn't very fast for him. He only arrived in the west after a few days. In front of him, the sea level was getting higher and higher. The vault of heaven seemed to have been washed by water. It was incomparably blue and sparkling like a sapphire. Occasionally, white clouds drifted by, clean and flawless. They were right above his head, as if he could touch them with his hand. It wasn't easy to find such a natural place in the modern era, where tall buildings stood in great numbers. The Tibetan area was sparsely populated, and there were many areas that humans hadn't set foot in yet. However, just as he approached this high-altitude area, the Sarira in Yi Fan's hand was also exhausted. The last speck of light flew out and completely disappeared. Yi Fan watched this last rain of light, and saw that it didn't fly very far. In the end, it fell into the mountains, sank into the vegetation, and turned into nothingness. He let out a long sigh. Although he knew that reincarnation was empty and impossible to exist, he still couldn't help but feel sad and disappointed. He had extinguished the last glimmer of hope in his heart. The ancient saints of the western desert had completely disappeared from the world. Buddhas were nothing more than this, let alone mortals. In the end, they couldn't leave any traces behind. Yi Fan knew that it was impossible for him to see his parents again. They were truly separated forever. Thinking of this, he was dejected and couldn't control himself. He stood there motionless, almost petrified. What should he do? His mind was in chaos. He had no direction and felt that everything he did was meaningless. After standing there for an unknown period of time, Yi Fan suddenly raised his head. He felt a faint fluctuation coming from the depths of the Tibetan area. There was a mysterious aura flowing. This is... His eyes flashed as he looked at the land in front of him. This feeling was hard to forget. He had experienced it before in the western desert. This mysterious fluctuation was almost the same as the fluctuation of Mount Meru. Yi Fan turned into a beam of light and rushed forward. He entered the depths of the plateau's uninhabited area. At this moment, he felt a boundless fluctuation as if a vast body of water had burst its banks and rushed in all directions. Yi Fan was shocked. This uninhabited area was too mysterious. Compared to what he had experienced in the western desert, the fluctuation wasn't much weaker. He almost thought that he was looking at Mount Meru from afar again. However, it left as quickly as it came. The mysterious fluctuation was like a flood that was cut off by a sluice gate. In the blink of an eye, it stopped and disappeared completely. He couldn't sense it anymore. Where did it originate from? Yi Fan's powerful divine sense swept through the mountains and rivers, but he couldn't sense anything. This was a very strange experience. The Tibetan area had always been mysterious. There were always some things that couldn't be explained clearly. Yi Fan chased all the way here but didn't see anything. He was bewildered. There are indeed many unsolved mysteries in the Tibetan area. The birthplace of Gautama Buddha no longer worships Buddha. This place has become a pure land. Could it be that something is hidden here? Yi Fan stood on a majestic mountain and looked down at the vast and mysterious ancient land. Not only did Buddhism take root here, but even the most mysterious ancient Kunlun of China was also here. He moved forward and passed by many places. He passed through a large uninhabited area and finally arrived at a barrier between Tibet and the Darim Basin, a section of the Kunlun mountain range. Kunlun was the mountain of 10,000 ancestors. It was the #1 sacred mountain in China. The Queen Mother of the West and the ancient immortals all came from here. In ancient China, it had the most revered and incomparable status. However, after Yi Fan walked around for a while, he found that it was ordinary and there was nothing special. He didn't go deep into Xinjiang, Nor did he go to the section of Qinghai. He returned to the Tibetan area. This was because he didn't come to search for the secret of Kunlun. He only came to pursue Buddha. He didn't have any other thoughts. There was only sadness in his heart. How could he care about anything else? Yi Fan came to Sala. Even though he didn't believe in the afterlife, he still wanted to give it a try. The vast fluctuation not long ago made it hard for him to let go. He entered the Patala Palace. It was built against the mountain and had an imposing manner. Since ancient times, it had been the holy land of Buddhism in Tibet. It had an extraordinary status. Yi Fan went in and out of many palaces. They were all important places that were not open to the public. However, he was disappointed. He didn't sense that kind of breath and couldn't find it. Later, he entered the Jokhang Temple and the Xiaozhou Temple. He still didn't find anything in these two holy temples. There was only a trace of pure psyche power, but it couldn't be comparable to what he sensed not long ago. One should know that the vastness was awe-inspiring. It was really comparable to Mount Meru. It was like a boundless ocean surging. Not long after, he entered Siji Temple, Yeba Temple, Zasang Temple, Sanji Temple, and other places. They were all the most famous ancient temples and holy temples. However, he still didn't find anything. Yi Fan found that even today, there were people who worshipped Buddha. They had devout faith. They didn't burn incense, worship Buddha, or pray for peace. Unfortunately, he didn't see a single cultivator. Maybe there were some unknown ancient temples, but he didn't have the mood to look for them. Yi Fan walked through the vast uninhabited area and revealed a strange expression. He occasionally saw some devout Tibetans. They were all very excited and said that Buddha was coming to the world. He was very puzzled and asked around. Some said that the pure land of Buddha was opened, and he sensed the Buddha's power. Some said that the Buddha was revived in the Saha world. Some said that the Buddhism was opened and the Dharma was revealed to the world. Yi Fan shook his head and turned to leave. Although he was still very sad, he walked out of his inner world. He knew that there were still things waiting for him to do. He walked through a large area of the uninhabited area and saw some dilapidated ancient temples. They had long become ruins. He didn't expect to feel such strong waves in these places. Something's not right. Yi Fan suddenly felt that when he was sad like a mortal, he didn't feel anything. However, when he became a little more clear-headed and sensed carefully, there was something different in this land. It was actually suffocating him. It was targeting cultivators. He couldn't help but look up at the sky and muttered to himself, "Is it Spirited Mountain or Kunlun Mountain? I'll have to find out in the future." However, when he thought about how he couldn't even protect his parents after cultivating to this level, he became disheartened. Even if he could find the secret land, what use would it be? The path to immortality was rugged. Whether it was to cut the Tao or to prove the Tao, he had to give up too much. However, in the end, he couldn't even protect his family. In the end, it really seemed meaningless. Yi Fan walked back and was about to leave the Tibet area. When he passed by a stone mountain, he saw the ruins of an ancient temple. He suddenly felt that something was spying on him. He turned around and walked towards the ruins of the ancient temple. He stared at a stone Buddha and approached it step by step. He felt that it was a bit inconceivable. In this age of Dharma, he encountered a creature with Tao. Whoosh! Behind the stone Buddha, a purple light rushed out and entered the stone mountain. Yi Fan raised his head and climbed up the stone mountain that was over 100 meters in one step. He stared at a stone cave that was the size of a bowl. There was a palm-sized stone Buddha that blocked half of the cave entrance. Chapter 941. The cave was extremely dry and smooth. Animals often entered and exited, all of them polished until they shone. The small stone Buddha was placed at the side of the cave entrance, able to block out the wind and rain. Rumble. One could see a pair of large bright eyes in the cave. They were a bit scared, but also a bit curious as they moved about. This was a small creature. For it to have such extraordinary cultivation in this cultivationless age, it truly exceeded Yi Fan's expectations. It couldn't be helped but be called a miracle. "Come out, I won't harm you." Yi Fan released a strand of his divine consciousness. The little thing in the cave had extraordinary cultivation, so it naturally developed intelligence and understood the intent of his divine consciousness. However, it was still a bit timid, because it could sense how powerful this person was. He could actually stay in the air for a long time. This was something it couldn't do. In the end, it still stuck its head out, almost as if it was trying to curry favor. It blinked its large eyes and extended a pair of small claws, carefully standing at the cave entrance. What kind of race was this little creature? Yi Fan was astonished. He actually didn't recognize it at first. It was a foot long, and if its fluffy tail was added, it would be 2 feet. Its entire body flickered with purple light like satin. Its purple fur was long and supple, making one want to touch it. It was a bit excessively beautiful. It might even be able to kill a few young ladies who liked to raise small pets. A sable? Yi Fan was bewildered. He then shook his head. It didn't look like one, and it looked even cuter than a sable. Squirrel. In the end, he confirmed it. He was extremely astonished. It was truly rare for a squirrel to grow like this. Its entire body was translucent like amethyst, excessively exquisite. Its pair of eyes were like 2 black gems, and they were extremely large. They blinked pitifully, flickering with radiance. It really is a strange species. How did you cultivate to this level? Yi Fan sat on top of the mountain and picked up the small Buddha. It was unexpectedly heavy. He was quite astonished. The seemingly crude little Buddha was only the height of a palm, yet it weighed 1,000 jin. It was impossible for a normal person to pick it up. He knew that he made an error in judgment. This was definitely a treasure, or else how could it be so heavy? On the ground, the mystical Komatsu mouse stood upright and looked at the stone Buddha with some reluctance, as if it had lost its most beloved treasure. However, it did not dare to resist and looked down at its little paws. For the first time in many days, Yi Fan smiled faintly and said, "Do you think I would steal your treasure?" When the little thing heard this, it immediately became spirited. It blinked its big eyes in a flattering manner, and bowed with its pair of small claws, as if it was bowing. There were almost no squirrels on Earth that were purple, except for a few mutated ones that had a light color. However, this one was sparkling like an amethyst, and every soft hair on its body was shining with purple light. Since it was so special, if it was sold as a pet, it would definitely attract everyone's attention. Just how powerful are you? Show me. Yi Fan sat on the stone mountain. This little thing's big eyes were sparkling like a child showing off a treasure. It worked hard and waited for him to praise it. Whoosh! It turned into a beam of purple light and rushed into the sky, about 100 meters away. Then it wobbled and took a dozen steps in the air before it could not hold on any longer, and quickly fell down. The first secret plane of the human body was the Sea of Reincarnation. There were 4 small planes, namely the Bitter Sea, Life River, Divine Bridge, and Paramitha. As long as one reached the Life River stage, they would be able to fly. In comparison, although the demon clan was different, there was not much difference in comparison. This little thing wobbled around. It was obvious that it had just entered Taoism. Compared to the saints of the demon race, it was like heaven and earth. However, to be able to do this on earth was already not bad. The great path could not be sensed. To be able to cultivate to this level, it could be said to be a shocking anomaly. Moreover, Yi Fan looked at it seriously. This little thing was far more mystical than he had imagined. It was far beyond the Life River stage, and had already broken through the Sea of Reincarnation to enter the second secret plane of the palace. Of course, this was according to the human classification system. Earth is really scary. Even the cultivators of the palace are suppressed to the point that they cannot fly for long distances. They can only rush out 100 meters before they can't hold on any longer. At the same time, he could not help but be surprised. This purple squirrel was extraordinary. This was a heaven-defying little demon that had grown up in a situation where the Great Path did not allow it. Yi Fan tried to sense the essence of heaven and earth, but in a very large area, he could only capture a few strands. It was too thin. To be able to cultivate to this level under such circumstances. Was it the son of the demon emperor? He immediately revealed a strange expression, wanting to see through this little thing. The purple Komatsu squirrel was immediately afraid. It held up the stone Buddha with its little paws and with a pitiful expression, it handed it over to him, trying to please him. "I will not steal your things. I just want to know, how do you cultivate?" The purple squirrel shook its fluffy tail and put down the stone Buddha. It pointed at the head of the Buddha and then at the sky. This puzzled Yi Fan. He had already seen the stone Buddha. Other than its sturdiness and weight, he did not find anything else. Not long after, the sky darkened and stars dotted the sky. A silver plate appeared. At this time, something strange happened to the stone Buddha. A halo of Buddha light appeared behind its head, formed by the essence of the moon. I see you rely on it to cultivate. Yi Fan nodded. The purple Komatsu squirrel breathed in and out to the moon. After being transformed by the halo behind the head of the stone Buddha, its essence was filled with mysterious marks of the Tao. This was the reason why it could be close to the Great Path. The moonlight was originally very scattered, but after being guided by the stone Buddha, the light spots in this area multiplied countless times, and were all absorbed by this little thing. This is really a strange treasure. I can't believe I couldn't see through it. Although the Qi practitioners have all left Earth, they still left behind some mysterious things. In the latter half of the night, this little thing pulled on the corner of Yi Fan's hair and timidly invited him to go with it, as if it wanted to do something. Yi Fan was surprised. He followed it down the mountain and arrived in front of the ruins of the ancient temple. There was a huge crack in the foundation that led underground. The Komatsu squirrel jumped down with Yi Fan following behind. After a few turns and tens of meters, he was immediately shocked. He actually saw a huge dragon head that looked exactly like a real dragon. This made him incomparably shocked. How could such a thing appear? Even in the Big Dipper star region, ancestral veins that stretched for millions of miles might not be born. It was even more impossible for Earth to have such a large territory. This was an ancestral root under the earth. It had turned into the shape of a dragon and revealed a stone dragon head. However, it was already dead, which meant that this vein had lost its spirituality. Earth was in the degenerate age, so it was normal to have no spirituality. However, there shouldn't be a lifelike stone dragon. In such a limited territory, it was absolutely impossible for such a lifelike stone dragon to be born. Yi Fan used his powerful divine sense to explore, and was shocked to find that this dead stone dragon only belonged to this area and didn't extend far. What's going on? Could it be that Earth in ancient times was much vaster than it is now? In front of the dragon's mouth, there was a small broken earthen jar. There was a small amount of sparkling and translucent liquid inside, and wisps of refreshing fragrance wafted out. The little purple creature ran forward and carefully lifted it up. It raised it for Yi Fan to drink, but it didn't live up to his expectations, and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It was obvious that it was also very hopeful. Yi Fan picked up the small earthen jar and sniffed it. A strange expression appeared on his face. This was the spiritual milk of the earth. It was too rare to find such a thing on Earth today, but it was useless to him. This was the liquid that dripped from the dragon's mouth. It would take about half a month to accumulate half a bowl. He let out a light sigh. This dragon was completely dead, and this was the last of its dragon saliva. Yi Fan returned the earthen jar to it. The little creature was a little confused, but then it blinked its large black gem-like eyes and still sincerely offered it to him to drink. During this process, it secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It was obvious that this was very precious to it. I don't need it. Yi Fan communicated with it with his divine will, and asked if there were any other beast species that knew how to cultivate. He felt that it was pure and kind, so he didn't invade its soul with his divine will. This purple Komatsu couldn't speak, but its divine will was still able to communicate fairly clearly. It had never left this area and had never seen a creature with cultivation. At the same time, Yi Fan also learned of its origin. This thing pointed to a cave not far away, and there was a small skeleton that belonged to a squirrel. To be exact, it was its mother. Scenes appeared in Yi Fan's mind. A vicious bird swooped down, and a squirrel protected its cub and fled with all its might. In the end, it still suffered heavy injuries, and could only pick up one cub with its mouth and escape into a crack in the ground, arriving here. Not long after, the injured squirrel died, and the cub crawled about wildly. It grew up licking the dripping spiritual milk under the dragon's head. Yi Fan sighed softly. This little thing wasn't human, but just a small creature. However, it still made him sigh because he had just been separated from his parents forever. However, the purple little thing pointed to the cave where its mother's remains were buried. It was carefree and didn't know what sorrow was, and it had an innocent look on its face. Yi Fan took out a piece of divine source, and suddenly, essence energy overflowed in all directions, illuminating the entire cave. The purple squirrel was almost scared stiff. It put down the small earthen jar, and timidly took a few steps back. "Don't be afraid, this is for you." Yi Fan handed it over. In this era where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was scarce, a piece of divine source was priceless to low-level cultivators. The little thing slowly came back to its senses and recognized that it was a rare treasure. It immediately hugged it in its arms, and was extremely happy. It heartlessly rolled around under the dragon's head. "Are you willing to leave this place with me?" Yi Fan saw such a cultivated little thing, and after spending some time with it, he temporarily forgot his sorrow and wanted to take it with him. This purple crystal-like squirrel was startled. It had never thought of leaving and was full of attachment to this place. After arriving at the stone mountain, it looked at the bright moon and the dilapidated ancient temple, and it didn't know what to do. "Forget it," Yi Fan said, rising to his feet and turning to leave. "People need to live freely. You're the same. Just stay here and cultivate." Whoosh. As if a ray of wisdom had crossed its mind, the purple little thing caught up to him and grabbed his trousers. It raised its head pitifully, and although it was reluctant, it still decided to leave. Yi Fan helped it put away the small stone Buddha. Stepping on the moonlight, he flew across the sky like an immortal and left Tibet. "From now on, you will be my second disciple." The purple little thing was puzzled, but it was still very happy and laughed without a care in the world. In a trance, Yi Fan saw a ray of divinity in the purple radiance that was overflowing from its body. He couldn't help but say to himself, "Demon Emperor." After saying this, he was shocked to find that the stone Buddha in his hand had also trembled. In that instant, the divine halo behind the stone Buddha's head seemed to have turned into a stone mirror. After looking carefully, there was nothing. The purple Komatsu squirrel was still so cute, and the stone Buddha was also so simple. Yi Fan, however, was silent for a moment. On the way back, Yi Fan tried 100 times and finally, he probed the inside of the stone Buddha with his divine sense. There was nothing else but a few golden ancient characters. They were ancient Sanskrit, and they looked like a few Buddhas sitting cross-legged. He didn't know what they meant, and was ready to investigate to find out what they were. Yi Fan returned to B City again. Although he was still sad, he felt better after going to Tibet. He forced himself to bury his sadness because he still had some things to do. Back then, before he set foot on the journey back, he discussed with Pangbo that he would visit the homes of all his classmates who were lost in the Beidou Star region, and take care of them on their behalf. "Pangbo, I naturally believe in you. I have always treated you as a good brother who has gone through thick and thin with me." Before ascending the five-colored altar, Pangbo suddenly left. Then Li Xiaoman said that he was a great evil, but Yi Fan didn't believe it. Even if there was something strange about Pangbo, the friendship that had gone through thick and thin with him could not be fake. After returning to B City, Yi Fan first treated Su Qiong's family to a meal. In this world he didn't want to reveal too much of his supernatural power, lest it was too shocking. Moreover, he always felt that the earth was too mysterious, and he was afraid that someone was looking down on everything in the world. He asked Su Qiong to help him quickly find out where the families of some of his classmates were. In the process, he also handed the ancient Sanskrit characters on the stone Buddha to Yang Xiao, and asked him to find someone to decipher it. Not long after, Yang Xiao really found someone to translate it for him, and gave him the result. This surprised Yi Fan. Chapter 942. This is not Sanskrit in the general sense. It is extremely old. It should be the ancient rune of the origin of this kind of writing. It can't be verified, but it is the prototype of Sanskrit. Therefore, it is difficult to translate accurately. Yang Xiao asked a friend to ask an authoritative Sanskrit textual scholar in India to decipher it, and then he could barely translate it. This is the prototype of Sanskrit, but it also gives birth to several meanings because it is too different from the Sanskrit of later generations. A few words contain many meanings, which makes people have a headache. Consummation of enlightenment and movement was one of the translations. The gate of wisdom is the second possible meaning. The sacred object that opens the way of heaven and earth is the third translation, which is the most peculiar and puzzling. Yi Fan was in a daze. He couldn't help but be shocked. This unremarkable little stone Buddha seemed to have a great background, and it was beyond his imagination. The first meaning, perfect enlightenment, obviously refers to Buddha. Self-awareness, other awareness, and enlightenment are three realms. Mortals have no three realms. Bodhisattva reaches the second realm, self-awakening and enlightening all living beings. Only when Buddha reaches perfection, he can cut off all worldly thoughts and ignorance. The second meaning, gate of wisdom, this is a general statement, and there is a line of translation annotation, but it is really to open a door. It is suspected to lead to Spirited Mountain. This annotation is more surprising than the original translation. Yi Fan is moved. He just came back from Tibet, and for a moment he felt a vast wave, no weaker than Mount Meru. From the whirling world to Spirited Mountain, this is a kind of annotation that makes people shudder. It is very mysterious. Can this little stone Buddha really lead to a secret place? It is thought-provoking. The third meaning, the sacred object that opens the way of heaven and earth. This is a very mysterious statement, just a vague translation, and even the translator himself is not sure, so there is not much elaboration. Yi Fan is surprised. He did not expect this little stone Buddha to be so mysterious. Why was it left in an uninhabited area, like an abandoned thing? Yang Xiao looks strange. Ordinary Sanskrit is fine, but this kind of ancient rune is rarely seen in India. Only 1 or 2 national treasures are engraved with it. He asks him how he got it, and reminds him kindly and carefully that the country is very strict with the supervision of cultural relics. Yi Fan was helpless. Since he gave out a few small gifts, Yang Xiao judged that it had a history of more than 2,000 years. He probably regarded him as a reseller of cultural relics. Su Qiong gave Yi Fan a phone and helped him save her number. After so many years, Yi Fan was in a daze when he held this communication tool again. He was not used to it. Living in the mortal world was naturally inseparable from money. No matter what one did, money was needed. The things he had on him were too shocking, and any one of them could cause a lot of trouble. Left with no choice, he took out a white jade bottle, wiped away the Tao marks and divinity on it, crushed it into dozens of pieces, and handed them to Su Qiong, asking her to use her connections to help auction them. Although Su Qiong was already mentally prepared, she was still shocked to see such a flawless psychic jade destroyed just like that. When she entrusted it to be auctioned off, during the appraisal process, the old master beat his chest and stamped his feet. He was incomparably pained, and said that this was a sin. Such a precious treasure was actually broken, and this was an immeasurable loss for the jade shop. This was a crime. Su Qiong was numb. She had seen Yi Fan burn a pile of treasures, even more mysterious than this in the cemetery. It was almost like a dream, and the few ornaments she wore on her body were even more bizarre. Her flesh, blood, organs, and bones seemed to be undergoing a baptism every day. Yi Fan put away his sorrow and went to do some things that he should do. He visited the families of his former classmates, and if they needed help, he would definitely lend a hand. Half of his classmates had been buried on Mars star more than 20 years ago, and the rest were lost in the Big Dipper star region. After so many years, he was the only one who came back alive. Parents in the world were pitiful. It was a great sorrow when the old sent the young off. Even after so many years, some families still could not walk out of the shadow. In that era, most families only had one child, and losing a child was equivalent to losing everything. Yi Fan sighed softly. The tragedy was not only in his family, but in the 11 families he found. Several elderly people had already passed away. More than 20 years had passed, and most of these elderly people were in their 70s or 80s. In this era, medical science had made considerable progress, so this could not be considered a long life. There was no other reason for this. Back in Big Dipper, Yi Fan and Lu Yunji were mortal enemies, but this matter concerned his family. After returning, he also went to visit Lu Yunji, Wang Yan, and Li Changqing's families. If they needed care, he would not stand by and watch. Most of the families had decent living conditions, and only a few had some difficulties. What really troubled them was the scar in their hearts, especially in their later years. But Yi Fan could not help them. He had no way to resurrect those people, and he had no way to bring back the few who were still alive. All he could do was secretly put spirit medicine in their food and drink to strengthen their muscles and bones, cleanse their flesh, and extend their lifespan. Then he would think of a way to change their living conditions. However, he did not know if this was the right thing to do. Even if their lifespans had increased, there was no joy in their hearts. Was this good or bad? There are still a few people who can come back. Yi Fan muttered to himself, and then he sighed softly. The five-colored altar was in the depths of the Yuhua God dynasty's ancestral temple. Countless cultivators rushed in to fight for the green cauldron, immortal scriptures, and so on. It could be said to be extremely dangerous. At that time, even he was not sure that he could return. All he did was try his best. At that time, he and Pang Bo did not bring Zhang Wenchang and Lu Yi with them. They wanted to make sure that there was no danger before making a decision, so that the two of them would not take the risk with them. In fact, they found the coordinates of Earth in the ancestral temple, and immediately handed them to the Black Emperor and the others. When the time came, they could hand them over to Lu Yi and Zhang Wenchang and cross back to Earth. Many years later, there will still be people who will return. However, Yi Fan did not know that after he left, Desolate appeared. The only divine array that led to the altar was destroyed by him. Without that teleportation array, it was almost impossible to rely on one's own strength to enter the ancient desolate forbidden land and ascend the five-colored altar. Crossing the sky had become a legend. To Yi Fan, why Pang Bo suddenly left was still a mystery. He still did not understand, but he believed that there must be an irreversible reason. The families of more than half of his classmates were found. He did everything he could, even at the expense of shocking the world, to cure those who were in critical condition and reverse the situation and revive them. When Yi Fan went to look for Zhang Wenchang's family, he had mixed feelings. He still remembered the sorrow of Zhang Wenchang on the other side of the starry sky. He was in his 20s, but he looked like an old man in his 60s or 70s. His aptitude was not good, and he was often bullied by his fellow disciples. He was called a half-crippled old man. In the end, he was even forced to open a small tavern to make a living. He was quiet all day long, as if he had no soul. Even when he was bullied by others, he silently endured it. Back then, Yi Fan killed 10 people in a fit of anger, and finally sent him to the Taixing Clumsy Peak, which finally changed his fate. However, he knew that Zhang Wenchang could not be happy. He was depressed, and he missed his parents all the time. He still remembered one time when he was drunk and cried bitterly on the table. When I left, my wife was already pregnant, and our child was about to be born. When she needed me most, I disappeared and came here. Those sad words were still ringing in his ears. Yi Fan shook his head hard. More than 20 years had passed, and Yi Fan saw Zhang Wenchang's son. The two looked very similar, which made Yi Fan lose his mind. If only Zhang Wenchang was here. The child that he thought about day and night had already been born. Because of the nature of father and son, this young man did not like to talk much, but he had a sharp mind. When he saw Yi Fan, he immediately called out his name. I have seen you. There is a photo of you in the relics left by my father. You. Is my father still alive? He was shocked and could not wait to ask. Yi Fan nodded. He was happy for Zhang Wenchang, but also sad for him. His wife loved him very much. After giving birth to this child, she did not abandon his old parents. My stepfather was an orphan. My mother married him so that she could treat me better and take care of my grandparents. Hearing this, Yi Fan had mixed feelings. He was happy for Zhang Wenchang, but also sad for him. My father disappeared, but I know that my mother must have had a good relationship with him. She could not forget him for so many years, and sometimes she would be alone in a daze. There were too many helplessness in this world. Life could not be chosen again. Zhang Wenchang had left this world. These could only make people feel sorry and helpless. My stepfather was a good person. He treated me, my grandparents, and me very well. Our family could be considered happy. Zhang Yi cried, but he was very rational. He did not cry or scream. He asked about every detail of his father in that world again and again. When Zhang Yi heard Yi Fan talk about how his father was unhappy and how he cried after getting drunk, saying that he missed his wife and son and felt that he had let them down, Zhang Yi cried and choked. Although he didn't raise me, I don't blame him because he couldn't do it himself. He didn't abandon us on purpose. Actually, I also miss him very much. Because my mother said that he was really good. What was wrong was only the starry sky, only fate. Yi Fan patted his shoulder and did not say anything. All he could do was to tell the truth. Are you an immortal? Can you bring me to see him? Zhang Yi asked hopefully. Yi Fan shook his head and said, I can't even go back myself. Today I have said too much. Your life is very good now, and I should not disturb your peace. In a while, I will erase some of your memories. Happiness, peace, and happiness. I think this is what your father wanted to see the most. No, you can't do this. A middle-aged woman walked over agitatedly. This was Zhang Wenchang's wife. Yi Fan raised his head. He had already sensed her arrival, so he was not surprised. You have no right to erase our right to know. No matter what happens in the future, no matter what the result is, this will always be a precious memory in our hearts. Zhang Wenchang's wife said with tears in her eyes. Yi Fan had seen her several times in the past, and had even attended their wedding banquet. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years had passed, but the people had changed. Yi Fan, you and Wenchang are good friends. Can you really be so heartless to let us be ignorant and erase everything? You must know that these are precious memories to us. Zhang Wenchang's wife cried. Yes, these will not disturb our lives. We can't erase these memories. Zhang Yi retreated and supported his mother. Yi Fan did not know how he left. He walked silently along the way. He did not erase the memories of the mother and son. They were right. That would be too heartless. They had the right to know. When he left behind some small tools and 2 bottles of spirit medicine. He did not know what else he could do. A melodious ringtone sounded. It was Su Qiong calling. He pressed the answer button, and just as he placed the phone beside his ear, Yi Fan woke up with a start. His expression changed and he said, What, you are saying that Pangbo he... Chapter 943. Pangbo didn't leave Earth. When he heard this news, Yi Fan was as still as a statue. He was completely petrified and looked at the sky in a daze. Who had gone through thick and thin with him all these years? Who had fought alongside him? Who had swept across the world with him? Who had gone through thick and thin with him? Yi Fan's body turned cold. How could such a loyal friend be fake? If that was the case, who else could he trust in this world? His heart felt empty. If Pangbo hadn't left Earth and crossed the starry sky with him, how terrifying and shocking would this be? If this was really the case, then who was the person who rode the coffin with him? Had they been there since Mount Tai? Did they set off together from this world? There's one more person. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He still remembered that scene clearly. During the head count, there was one more person in the bronze coffin. At that time, everyone was shocked, but he was the first to recognize Pangbo. There was no other reason. He believed in Pangbo. He believed in the feeling at that time and didn't feel that it was fake. All these years. Who is he? What's the benefit of continuing to act? Yi Fan felt a chill in his bones. All of this was difficult for him to accept. How could a good brother who had gone through thick and thin with him be fake? There was a problem. I don't believe it. He has no ill intentions towards me and knows everything about me. How can he know so much about me if it's not my real body? Yi Fan got rid of his sadness. His whole body tensed up and he clenched his fists. Although he had returned to Earth, he couldn't relax. He had to break through this fog. He broke free from the shadow of his parents' death and looked into the distance. It was as if he was in the Big Dipper. His heart had advanced to the realm of battle. Yi Fan went south to uncover the truth and see which was real. From the bottom of his heart, he didn't want to believe that there was still a Pangbo on Earth. Otherwise, there would be no one in this world he could trust. The address of Pangbo's home had long changed. Otherwise, he wouldn't need Su Qiong's help to find it. He would have gone there himself. Many things had changed in the past 20 years. They had moved away from their original city. Yi Fan arrived at N City and found his destination according to the information he had obtained not long ago. He stood on the rooftop of a building and silently sensed. Sending his powerful spiritual sense into the building, he was shocked to see Pang Bo's parents. His father was tall and sturdy. Although he was almost 80 years old and looked old, one could see how powerful he had been when he was young. Pang Bo had inherited his father's physique, which was 2 heads taller than ordinary people. His mother's hair was white, and her body was not very good. She seemed to be lacking in blood energy, and there was a gloomy expression on her face. However, Pang Bo was nowhere to be seen. There were only 2 old people in the not-so-small room. However, it was obvious that there was a couple living there, as well as a young man. That's Pang Bo's elder brother and sister-in-law. They're 2 or 3 years older than him. The other one should be his nephew. They're not at home right now. Why doesn't he have his own room? Yi Fan looked puzzled. He inwardly apologized, and then turned into a beam of light, and entered the living room. He concealed his figure and searched carefully, but he couldn't find any traces of Pang Bo's life. Suddenly, his expression shook as he saw a photo frame. It was a black and white photo of Pang Bo that was specially used for the dead. Yi Fan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. How was this possible? Pang Bo hadn't left Earth, but he was already dead. This was his best friend. No matter where he was, he didn't want anything to happen to him. All of a sudden, he was stunned on the spot and couldn't accept this fact. His body was trembling. His parents had passed away, and even his best friend had passed away? Little Bo's death anniversary is coming soon. How fast? 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Pang Bo's father sighed. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Pang Bo had been dead for 10 years. How did he die? He couldn't believe it. One had to know that the 2 of them had the best physiques when they were in school. How could they die so young? 20 years ago, Little Bo didn't go to Mount Chung and escape this calamity. But who would have thought that the heavens had made up their minds and couldn't avoid it? Sigh. His mother wiped away her tears and walked over to wipe the frame of her glasses. The 10 years of death anniversary was coming soon. This brat. Pang Bo's father said softly. Then he didn't say anything else and sat there smoking in silence. Sorry for the offense, Yi Fan said softly. He extended his divine sense into the 2 old men's sea of consciousness to investigate everything. After a quarter of an hour, he left and stood on the rooftop of the building absent-mindedly. He couldn't believe everything. Pang Bo's death was very strange. He was actually killed by lightning in the wilderness. No wonder his mother was lamenting. Even if he had escaped the calamity of Mount Chung, the heavens wouldn't let him go. Yi Fan was completely dumbfounded. Everything had exceeded his expectations. He muttered to himself, Heavens, what's wrong with you? Even if Pang Bo's real body is on Earth and he didn't ride the coffin, you can't be so cruel. He didn't know how he left this place. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the cemetery area of N City. Looking at the rows of tombstones, he felt that his feet were very heavy. Now he was really afraid to enter such a place. The most painful thing in this world was to be separated by life and death. It had only been a few days, and he had encountered it again. In a place with verdant pines and cypresses, Yi Fan found Pang Bo's tombstone. He stood there silently for a long time before putting down the large bouquet of white flowers in his hand. I really can't believe you left. Yi Fan sat on the ground, took out a bottle of wine, and poured it all on the ground. Then he lit a few cigarettes and took a puff before putting them in front of the tombstone. How could this be? Everything is like a dream. I often wonder if everything in the Big Dipper star region is real. Now that I've woken up, it's so cruel. Yi Fan sat in front of the tombstone and lit a cigarette for himself. After leaving Earth for so long, after more than 20 years, he once again experienced the emptiness that lingered in the smoke. He was very silent and sat there for a long time. After smoking an entire pack of cigarettes, he said to himself, To be honest, I can't believe you're dead. Then there was another period of silence. He was thinking very seriously. As if he had suddenly thought it through, he suddenly stood up and threw a cigarette, but on the ground. To be exact, I don't believe that you're the real Pang Bo. My friend is still alive and hasn't returned. Yi Fan's eyes were sharp, and his spirit, chi and spirit were boiling. It was as if he was preparing for a big battle. He was showing off his abilities, which was a world of difference from his decadent self these days. This is a battle, and I'll drag you out. Putting aside the true nature of that Pangbo from the Big Dipper star region and how they treated each other with sincerity, Chu Feng could see a few suspicious points from what he had seen in his parents' minds. First, his death was too strange. How could he have been struck by lightning? Moreover, his face was ferocious when he died, and he was completely out of shape. 10 years ago, it scared many people. Second, his temperament was different. According to what he had seen in his parents' minds, this Pangbo's behavior was somewhat strange. Even the two old men had been confused. Third, why did he quit his job and go to ancient sites and mountains all year round? Yet he had an endless supply of money. Fourth, why was he so persistent, asking the two old men about their blood relatives and visiting them one by one? Even though they hadn't contacted each other for many years, he still visited them. In short, many of his words and actions made the two old men suspicious. They didn't understand why. They only remembered that he seemed to be drunk once and said that their family had demonic god blood in their bodies. Of course, that time, the old man slapped him and woke him up, scolding him for spouting nonsense. Earth is far more complicated than I thought. Yi Fan returned to Pangbo's home and sensed carefully. As expected, he found that this tall and sturdy old man's vitality was very vigorous, surpassing that of ordinary people. No wonder Pangbo is so tall and strong. His arms are thicker than other people's legs. Could it be that he really has ancient demonic blood in his body? No wonder the descendants of the Qing the Arch wanted to take over his body. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Pangbo's father and brother's vitality was a little strong, but it wasn't enough to surprise him. It seemed that this also depended on the person. Perhaps only a few people could return to their ancestors. Pangbo can cultivate the Qing Thearka's ancient scripture. Could it be that the blood in his body has recovered? Yi Fan stayed in N City for a few days and understood enough about the situation. He helped Pangbo's parents improve their physique and wash their flesh and bones with spirit medicine many times, but he didn't show himself. This time, he didn't collect enough evidence and couldn't be 100% sure that the person who died was a fake Pangbo. Hence, after leaving, he began to use all his power to investigate. Did he go to Mount Tai back then? It was undoubtedly impossible to go to Mount Tai to verify it. After so many years, who could remember? He investigated and found the company where Pangbo had worked in back then. He wanted to find some of his colleagues back then and ask for some clues. Unfortunately, the relevant people had already left. It had to be said that if an ordinary person couldn't find it at all, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, Yi Fan wasn't an ordinary person. Although it took a lot of effort, he finally found it. He secretly looked through their dusty memories and finally found out that Pangbo went to Mount Tai back then. It was a colleague who helped him book the plane ticket. Back then, something happened to Pangbo's family. The real and fake Pangbo had said so. However, the dead Pangbo returned home on the day of the incident and said that he didn't go. However, the colleague who helped Pangbo book the plane ticket had a different memory. When Pangbo got off the plane and took a long-distance bus to the foot of Mount Tai, he had called him to express his gratitude. Yi Fan smiled. Although it took a lot of effort, and the process was very troublesome and complicated, he finally found out that the dead Pangbo was most likely fake. This was very meaningful to him. It was great news. Is there an ancient demon clan in this world? I want to see what you guys are up to. Not long after Yi Fan returned to B City, he received a call from Yang Xiao. He said something over there, and it turned out to be related to the small stone Buddha. According to him, the ancient runes shocked the authority of ancient Sanskrit last time, and he specially consulted his teacher. As a result, he didn't know how he alarmed a few mysterious gurus. They came to B City, and they want to see you no matter what. I really can't refuse them. Yang Xiao was in a difficult position. Isn't it just a few ancient Sanskrit characters? Is it necessary to lead them here from India? Yi Fan said. It was a few old monks who came. The people who accompanied them treated them like living Buddhas. They almost knelt there and worshipped them. It seemed that they had manifested some kind of miracle. But what era is this? Even if they have faith, it shouldn't be like this. Yang Xiao was a learned person, so he naturally didn't believe in this. A thought came to Yi Fan's mind. Hinduism was respected on the other side of Mount Tai, and Buddhism had long declined in the land of origin. How could there still be gurus coming from thousands of miles away? Could it be that there were still people in the world who could cultivate? This was also good. He was about to investigate everything about the fake Pangbo. If he was really a hidden master, he could just follow the clues and understand everything on Earth today. Chapter 944. Yi Fan readily agreed, and arranged a place to meet in 2 days. He wanted to see what kind of person this so-called master was, and whether he could really manifest a miracle. B City had a long history. There were some historical sites in the city, but there was no lack of modern vitality. It was one of the largest cities in China, and after more than 20 years, it had become even more prosperous. Yi Fan walked on foot. There were people coming and going on the streets in an endless stream. After traveling for so many years, it felt like a lifetime had passed for him to walk in such a place again. Although he had been back for a few days, he had always been immersed in his own world and couldn't extricate himself. He had never seriously experienced the hustle and bustle of the city. It had to be said that B City was developing very quickly. Row upon row of high-rise buildings were built, and this famous pedestrian street was even wider. All kinds of brand stores were connected to each other, and there was an endless stream of people, rubbing shoulders with one another. Suddenly Yi Fan saw a poster. On it was an exquisite mutton fat jade bottle that emitted a mysterious halo. It was truly like a divine artifact, magnificent to the extreme. He was startled. This was a cultivator's artifact. After a closer look, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Wasn't this the artifact he had crushed into a dozen pieces and entrusted to auction? After careful observation, he discovered that this was the publicity done by the Jiada auction house. In order to maximize their profits, they had really put in a lot of effort. They had assembled the pristine jade bottle, but Yi Fan didn't allow it to be auctioned as a whole, and could only be auctioned off piece by piece. There was nothing to say about the quality of this jade. Each piece was very expensive, but after 2 were auctioned off, they were very unwilling to give up. They made this kind of publicity, telling people that if they collected all of them, they could reassemble them into a pristine jade bottle. It had to be said that the effect was excellent. These days, it caused a great sensation in B City and quickly spread to other places. Now it was hyped up like crazy, and there were posters everywhere. During these days, with the 3rd and 4th pieces of mutton fat jade being auctioned off, the entire collection world was boiling over. This was a rare treasure. An astronomical price. Each piece of jade was auctioned off for a sky-high price, and the transaction amount was frighteningly high. All the major media outlets were reporting about it, and all the web portals were competing to expose it. This was indeed a rare mutton fat jade. Because Yi Fan had meticulously refined it in the past, there was not a single flaw in it. Just from an aesthetic point of view, it was indeed a rare fine product. However, this was not the main reason why it was auctioned off at such a high price. Everything was due to the power of hype. And now, the price of this mysterious mutton fat jade bottle was comparable to a national treasure. The methods of the Guardian auction house were very sophisticated. They fully exploited the psychology of the people, allowing the real rich to experience the excitement and sense of accomplishment of collecting all the pieces, making the price even higher than when they were undamaged. At the same time, they displayed all kinds of information such as Buddhist stone carvings, Anatta pictures from ancient books, to explain that this vase was exactly the same as the legendary Guanyin jade vase. This kind of explanation was undoubtedly very attractive. Although it was impossible for it to be true, it still made people feel very peaceful. If such a precious bottle was placed on the table, there would be a kind of indescribable comfort. Maybe it really is a precious vase left behind by Guanyin Bodhisattva. Have any of you seen such a flawless piece of jade? It's such a big piece, and there's not even a trace of impurity. It can be said to be a miracle. Even the common people were talking about it. One could imagine how successful the hype created by the Guardian auction house was. And this kind of heated discussion climbed to the highest point because of the Indian gurus. Several old monks entered the auction house and saw the broken vase, and their faces all changed. They excitedly chanted Buddha Shakyamuni. This scene was taken by someone and posted on the internet. Naturally, it caused an uproar. Some people recognized that one of the old monks was an Indian guru. Nowadays, although Buddhism was declining in India, and the number of believers was less than 1% of the population, it still had a certain base number. The precious vase left behind by Guanyin Bodhisattva in the human world was a new topic of hype. The price of the fragments of the mutton-fat jade bottle kept rising. Yi Fan was stunned and speechless. This was not his original intention, otherwise he wouldn't have crushed it. He didn't think that things would develop to this point, so he could only shake his head. 2 days later, Yi Fan met the 4 gurus in an antique tea house, accompanied by a group of people. This was the first time they met, and Yi Fan was a little dazed. He found that one of the Indian gurus was proficiently using a mobile phone to talk to someone. It was very difficult to communicate with a cultivator. The translator explained that the gurus had encountered an extraordinary event and was urging India to send a large sum of money. They were going to bid for a jade bottle. Yi Fan was petrified. Even the things he created were international. This was really unexpected. After a little probing, he could tell that the 4 gurus could barely be considered cultivators. They had already opened the sea of bitterness, and only one of them had stepped into the life-spring realm. He shook his head. They were already so old, and it was impossible for them to break through the first secret realm of the human body, the sea of reincarnation. Regarding this, he did not look down on them. On the contrary, he respected them, because in this age of chaos, it was really not easy to walk the path of cultivation. It was amazing to have such achievements. If it was in the Big Dipper star region, these people would most likely have great achievements. They would be gurus in name and be respected by the people. Gurus, why are you interested in the jade bottle? Yi Fan asked casually. That is an enchanted item. Even though it is damaged and the technique is no longer there, it still makes us yearn for it. An old monk answered, and someone translated from the side. Yi Fan nodded. Even though these people's cultivation was not high enough, they still had the knowledge to recognize that it was an enchanted item. It seemed that the jade bottle might cause some trouble because of this. These old monks were already over 100 years old, especially the gurus who had stepped into the life-spring realm. He was already 120 years old, but they were all hale and hearty. They were naturally different from the ordinary people. These people were very humble. They were monks in name and in reality. They did not talk about magical powers, but rather about Buddhist scriptures. The so-called miracle was said by the translator. He said that when he was in India, he once saw a guru single-handedly stop an elephant's leg and save a child. He also saw an old monk sitting cross-legged in the air, not moving at all, even though it was only for a short moment. Other than that, he once saw an old monk's mouth and nose emitting white light that penetrated a steel plate. Yi Fan nodded and did not say anything. The age of chaos was a sorrowful one for cultivators. These people could be said to be a few ascetic cultivators among millions of people. They had reached this step completely through great perseverance. He sighed lightly. It seemed that it was too difficult to find a true cultivator on earth. Not long after, the old monks directly talked about the ancient Sanskrit words. Their expressions were solemn and serious, and there was even a hint of piety. The authority of ancient Sanskrit also came. He turned out to be a disciple of a guru. He was very famous in the field of ancient literature, but he was very respectful in front of the gurus. The gurus verified and asked Yi Fan where he obtained the ancient Sanskrit words. This was of great significance to them. You guys recognize these words, what do they mean? Yi Fan asked. The gurus did not speak, remembering that monks did not lie. They did not want to deceive Yi Fan, but they felt that this matter was of great importance, and did not dare to say too much. In the end, a guru asked the group of followers to leave, leaving only the authority of ancient language behind. He was also proficient in Chinese and could act as an interpreter. My teacher said that their true meaning is that they can open the road to Spirited Mountain. The Spirited Mountain where the ancient bodhisattvas and Buddhas lived? Yi Fan's eyes lit up. Yes. The old monks nodded. Do you believe that such a place exists? Yi Fan asked seriously. Yes, it is in the Western land, but after the last bodhisattvas and Buddhas passed away, that place could not be opened. A guru said that this was a secret passed down by the senior monks of the past generations. Is it the primitive Taoist field of Buddhism? It seems that there may really be a mysterious place, vast and not inferior to Mount Meru. I felt it last time in Tibet. Yi Fan thought to himself. The old monks begged bitterly, wanting to see the sacred object inscribed with the ancient words. Yi Fan sighed. Even if he took out the small stone Buddha, they did not have a strong spiritual sense to examine it. Even he had to expend a great deal of effort to enter the Buddha's body. He did not agree immediately, but asked a few questions. He wanted to know if there were any ancient cultivation sects on earth today. However, the gurus were confused and shook their heads. They did not know. Have you not come into contact with such people? They are those who have cultivation and are like gods in the eyes of mortals. Yi Fan did not give up. They immediately nodded, saying that there were such people. The guru who had reached the life spring realm said that his teacher might know something because he himself was almost like that kind of person. According to him, the old monk had already lived for more than 190 years. His cultivation was much higher than his, and he had seen many mysteries in his life. My teacher said that there is Buddha in the West and demons in the Middle Earth. Yi Fan heard this and immediately laughed. Could it be that he was saying that Taoism in the Middle Earth was a demon? The gurus hurriedly put their palms together and shook their heads. They did not have any prejudice against Taoism. What they were talking about was a real demon, but they had never seen one before. They had long realized that Yi Fan was not an ordinary person. Otherwise, he would not have told them so many secrets. My teacher came to China during the Second World War. He did not find any demons, but he did see a demon god. An old monk who was more than 190 years old was frighteningly old. He had lived for 3 centuries and had experienced the Second World War. However, this monk did not have any interaction with the demon god of the Middle Earth. He stayed far away and only saw the monstrous blood of the demon god. Do you remember where you saw it? Yi Fan asked. You need to ask my teacher. Speaking of the existence of demigods and demigods, another old monk told him a story that he had experienced personally. When he was young, he once saw a strange man with disheveled hair in a primitive rainforest in India. The man flew in the air and disappeared into the mountains. My granduncle said that there is a real powerful person in Jerusalem, another guru said. Another guru opened his mouth. His granduncle did not pass away until he was 230 years old. He once went to the West alone and encountered demigods when he was alive. Yi Fan thought of something. Jerusalem was the holy city of the West and had endless legends. It was the center of ancient religious activities. Every year, countless people from Christianity, Judaism, and Islam would go there on a pilgrimage. There might really be something there that would be worth a visit in the future. The old monks begged again, wanting to see the sacred object inscribed with Sanskrit characters. Yi Fan took out the small stone Buddha, which shocked the gurus. They were even more convinced that this young man was most likely a demigod. No matter how hard they tried, they could not see the secret inside the small stone Buddha. In the end, Yi Fan took out a stone slab and used his finger as a knife to carve the ancient words on it. At the same time, he branded the marks of Taoism. Yi Fan handed over the stone slab and said, "Take it back to India and show it to your Shifu. Ask him to come here, or invite a few real Taoist masters to come to the Central Earth to discuss the little stone Buddha." The masters did not dare to hesitate. They solemnly put away the stone slab, bowed deeply, and then left. At the same time, in the Jiada auction house, a demonic young man stared at the fragment of the mutton fat jade vase. Then he sneered. Chapter 945. When it saw Yi Fan again, the amethyst-like Komatsu mouse's eyes were brimming with tears, its large eyes blinking. It rushed over with a whoosh and hung onto Yi Fan's body, then quickly hid behind him, only revealing half of its little head to glance forward timidly. Suyi was a very lively girl. She rushed over like a little lunatic, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws, giggling nonstop as she grabbed the purple Komatsu mouse. For the past few days, Yi Fan had been constantly on the move, heading south for Pangbo's matter. He did not leave the Komatsu mouse by his side, leaving it at Su Qiong's house in B City. Without a doubt, no matter where this little fellow was placed, it would attract all eyes. Its fur was like silk, sparkling and translucent, flowing with purple splendor, directly captivating this little girl Su Yi. Whether it was eating or sleeping, she would hug this amethyst-like little thing, not taking a single step away from it. This kind of passion really scared the little fellow. Before Yi Fan left, he had warned it repeatedly not to reveal any divine abilities, not to reveal any of its cultivation. Thus the little purple thing did not escape the devil's clutches. It was in pain but also happy. It was not used to being hugged by others. It had always been alone under the moonlight, facing the ancient Buddha, inhaling and exhaling clear splendor. It had always been ignorant and pure. These days, the only thing that made it happy was that it ate a lot of delicious food, better than anything it had ever tasted before. If not for that, the little fellow might have already escaped without a trace. This was also the reason why its eyes were brimming with tears when it saw Yi Fan. It was truly afraid of that little demoness, hiding behind his back, only leaving one of its large eyes to sneak a peek and peek. Little Yi Zi, how did you mistreat Komatsu? Why did you scare it to this state? Yi Fan said. Komatsu was the name he gave the little purple thing. I treat Komatsu so well, but it doesn't appreciate it. It really pisses me off. This little girl was not considered young, 16 or 17 years old. Her body was slender, almost taller than her mother, but she was still extremely lively, jumping around to catch Komatsu. To Komatsu, this delicate and beautiful face was no different from a horned demon. It felt wronged and asked Yi Fan if he could let it return to its little nest in the mountain. Seeing the little fellow so wronged, Yi Fan hurriedly comforted it, saying that he would not abandon it in the future. The jade vase fragment was a hot topic in the collection world. The Jiada auction house managed it as a rare treasure, and every auction would attract a lot of attention. After Yi Fan received a portion of the money, he asked Su Qiong to help him buy a somewhat old villa in a quiet area. Now that he had returned, he naturally wanted to live, and he needed an environment where he would not be disturbed. Today he needed to buy some daily necessities. Su Yi volunteered to follow her parents to help Yi Fan pick things. Yi Fan brought Xiaosong out, but not long after, he was stopped several times. Many people asked him what the little thing on his shoulder that was glowing with purple light was, which annoyed him greatly. Some people even said that they wanted to report him, saying that he was secretly raising an endangered animal. Such a rare treasure should be reported to the country and carefully protected. After a day, Yi Fan was really tired of dealing with it. There were really people who were overflowing with sympathy, calling the police, requesting to save the endangered species. Everything finally calmed down. Yi Fan carved a formation in the old villa, took out a dust-repelling pearl, and made it bright and clean. And Komatsu was finally free. But it was still a little afraid of Yi Fan, looking at him timidly, carefully peeling a hazelnut, using a pair of small claws to lift the nut, raising its head and fawning, handing it to him. Its big eyes like black jewels were very pure. You don't have to be afraid of me. People have to live freely. Don't put shackles on themselves. If you feel uncomfortable, I can send you back to Tibet. You can continue to live a carefree life. Yi Fan patted its head. He did not know why, but sometimes he felt that the little guy was very pitiful. Its innocence, ignorance, and timidity were the reflection of something in the deepest part of its heart. It was full of reverence for fate. Komatsu did not understand, but it finally relaxed a little, sneaking glances at Yi Fan while sitting there obediently peeling the hazelnuts, placing them on a small porcelain plate. You are still the same as before, don't be afraid. Here, this is for you. Yi Fan took out a scarlet moon fruit, shaped like a crescent moon. Its whole body was red and crystal clear, its fragrance wafting into the nose. Rumble. The purple little thing's big eyes immediately lit up, turning non-stop. It carefully asked, "Is this really for me?" "Of course, don't be reserved in the future. I am your master, you can treat me as family," comforted Yi Fan. The uneasiness in the depths of its heart finally disappeared. It suddenly became lively, hugging the scarlet moon fruit and rolling around, laughing foolishly, its innocent appearance somewhat making people feel sorry for it. Clang! Yi Fan chopped off a small piece of Daluo silver essence, hammered it over and over again, using his own cultivation to forge it, finally casting it into a silver bell. It was not large in size, shaped like a small bell. The only difference was that there was something hanging inside, used to make the sound. He was very attentive, using the Daluo silver essence to make the silver bell wall. only the size of a knuckle. Then he shrunk the small stone Buddha, refining it into a pendulum, and placed it inside. The purple little thing had accompanied the small stone Buddha since it was young. It had long developed feelings for it. Now that Yi Fan had refined such a treasure for it, and taught it how to put it into its body, it was naturally very happy. Not to mention Earth. Even in the northern Dipper Star region, this treasure was a world-shocking divine treasure. Using the Daluo silver essence to forge the bell, and the mysterious small stone Buddha as the clang, it was unparalleled in the world. Moonlight sprinkled down like water. The Komatsu spat out the treasure and stood in front of the window, borrowing the Buddha's light from the bell to guide the moonlight to cultivate. It was very intelligent, although simple, but it knew the benefits of this kind of cultivation. It was very persistent, not wasting time every night. Yi Fan did not spoil it by pulling it up. With his current cultivation, it was not difficult to make it advance by leaps and bounds, but he did not do so. The path of cultivation needed to be walked step by step. The foundation must be solid. This was the foundation, otherwise there would be big problems in the later stages. A 10,000-meter tall building might collapse overnight because of its foundation. All he could do was guide the way and pass on the method. The cultivation still depended on the little fellow itself. Tonight, I will pass on to you a section of the demon monarch's ancient scriptures. Yi Fan had once discussed with Pangbo, comparing ancient scriptures, so he knew a lot about the Qing Emperor's scriptures. He combined the Tao scriptures and the demon monarch scriptures to create a targeted method for the little fellow. It could be said that once the method was completed, it immediately triggered the sound of thunder. The great Tao felt it. This method is not weaker than any demon scriptures. The starting point is very high. The future depends on you. It had to be said that the little purple thing was extremely intelligent. It firmly remembered the method in its heart, and soon it was able to use this method to mobilize its own cultivation. Soon there was news from India. A few masters went back to report in detail. The 190-year-old old monk was moved, and 2 other people of the same generation agreed to come east together. The bidding for the mutton-fat jade vase reached a climax. The Indian master won 2 pieces, and then the 3 fragments were won by a young man. Naturally, the mutton-fat jade vase became even more mysterious. Many collectors didn't have such extravagant thoughts. It was simply impossible to collect all of them. It was too expensive. It was difficult to form a perfect vase, and now they were proud to have one. Fine, I'll try with the vase fragments, see if I can draw out some people. Yi Fan said to himself. Time could make everything fade away. So many days had passed. Yi Fan's heart was still sad, but he was not as immersed in it as before, unable to extricate himself. These days he would often make a cup of green tea, recite Huangting when he was free, and read Nanhua when he was lonely. His heart gradually became empty. He often looked up at the starry sky at night, severing the Tao. He knew it was not far. If he was willing, he might be able to enter at any time, but after the recent ups and downs, he suddenly felt that erasing the obsession in his heart was not his Tao. Regardless of whether it is on this side of the starry sky or on the other side, I will not sever it, not even for a period of time. Although he had returned, his parents were no longer here, and the obsession in his heart was even stronger. And on the other side of the starry sky, there were so many old friends, so many past events. They were also unforgettable, but he could not return. If I sever any one of them, I can immediately enter the third immortal, but I will not do that. Yi Fan shook his head. He had too many obsessions. It was easy to sever the Tao. He only needed to choose one, resolutely sever it, and step onto his own Tao. It was difficult to sever the Tao, but that was because he did not want to do it. He wanted to resolve everything, to calm his mind, but doing this was equivalent to erasing himself. I will remember all of them. His gaze was resolute. He knew what he would encounter at this stage. It would be different from anyone else. The heavens severed the Tao, but he had to go against it, resist it. He wanted to sever the Tao that was blocking him. This was a path that defied the world. I am not waiting for you to sever me, but rather for me to sever you. Yi Fan was very calm. There were no fluctuations in his emotions when he said these words. He was not impassioned. He read Nanhua in loneliness, and when he was idle he recited Huangting. Recently his heart was calm. He was well aware of the consequences of doing this. If he succeeded, His Tao would be incomparably broad, surpassing others. If he failed, then the one severed would be himself. Sever the Tao, sever the Tao. Perhaps doing this is the true way to sever the Tao, not sever the Tao that is blocking one's path. How can it be worthy of this name? It was difficult to sense the Tao on earth. It was originally a difficult place to cultivate, even more difficult than the Big Dipper before the heaven and earth changed. However, there was one advantage: once one's Tao improved, then it would definitely be astonishing, just like how the Big Dipper's saint was incomparably powerful. It made the ancient kings who survived in the archaic era tremble. And now, Yi Fan chose this different path. It was fine if he did not break through, but once he did, under such difficult conditions, he would be able to sever the Tao. It would definitely shock the past and present. One had to walk the road himself. Perhaps he would become ashes overnight, but if he could charge through, perhaps he would see scenery that had never been seen before. A cup of green tea with a faint fragrance wafted through the air. Yi Fan stood in front of the window, looking into the distance. During these days, he did not cultivate, but his heart became more and more tranquil. Brewing a cup of fragrant tea and reading the Taoist canon made his mind incomparably clear. Chapter 946. There was news from India, and several old monks attached great importance to it. Siddhartha, an old monk who was more than 190 years old, set off with 2 old friends. 2 days later, accompanied by the 4 masters and the authority of ancient Sanskrit, Siddhartha and the other 2 old monks came to Bi City to meet with Yi Fan. Even though medicine had made great progress, it was still a miracle for an old monk to live to more than 190 years old. Siddhartha was hale and hearty. Although he was old beyond recognition, he still walked as if he was flying. His bones were very strong, and his words were like the ringing of a bronze bell, with a metallic trill. The 2 old men walking with him were the same. It was obvious that they were about the same age. They were tall and withered, their skin was yellow, and they were bony. Their eye sockets were deep, but they were full of spirit. They put their palms together and bowed to Yi Fan. Their expressions were peaceful. These 3 people had crossed 3 centuries and had experienced the world of mortals. They could be called eminent monks. Yi Fan returned the greeting and nodded to himself. Siddhartha and the other 2 were extraordinary. They had entered the secret realm of the Holy Ji Palace, so it was natural that their lifespans were extended. On the other side of the starry sky, entering the secret realm of the Holy Ji Palace at this age was really not worth mentioning. They could barely be considered a cultivator. However, Earth was in the end of Dharma, and it was really not easy to have such cultivation. It could be said that these 3 people were already considered geniuses. Yi Fan invited them to sit down. He waved his right hand casually, and a few teacups soaked in spiritual medicine appeared out of thin air, which immediately surprised the 3 old monks. Ever since they saw this young man, they knew that they had met a powerful person, whose cultivation was most likely comparable to the ancient masters. Whether it was the 3 old monks, the 4 masters, or the authority of ancient Sanskrit, when they received the spiritual medicine tea, their faces were full of shock. The world has changed. It is really unusual to be able to still have such treasures in this era. This kind of hospitality is too much. I can't bear it. They all put their palms together and sincerely expressed their gratitude. This kind of spiritual medicine could be said to be rare in their lives. Yi Fan had many things he wanted to ask. He went straight to the point and asked if there were still ancient sects on Earth, and where they were located. He wanted to understand the cultivation world. In the ancient years, there were many great sects and ancient sections. Experts were as common as clouds, and there was no lack of great divine abilities. However, everything has changed now. Shimoti said. In ancient India, Buddhism had once flourished and replaced Brahmanism. It had many followers in ancient temples, but it eventually declined. The current Hinduism was derived from Vedic and Brahmanism. It was like a reincarnation that had replaced Buddhism. Of course, the various religions merged with each other, and all kinds of dharma coexisted. It was like a symbiosis. Shimoti said that in ancient times, if one didn't talk about faith and only talked about divine arts, there were many sections. Among them, the Vedic religion had a profound influence, and was the predecessor of the Brahmanism. Before Sakyamuni became a monk, He had also cultivated the Brahmanism. The Vedas ran through the rise and fall of several religions, from Vedic to Brahmanism, and then to Buddhism, completing a reincarnation. Now there was the Vedas again. Shimodi talked a lot about the orthodoxy of ancient times. He said that there were many inheritances like 100 flowers blooming, competing with each other in beauty and experts standing in great numbers. Later on, everything declined. The temple he was in just happened to experience a great disaster and lost most of its dharma. It was completely marginalized and lost contact with the various sects of the past. In this era, even he didn't know if the various sects still existed. He only knew a few people who knew about cultivation, but he felt that the various sects should still exist. It was just that they were in the end of days and had all hidden themselves from the world. Yi Fan was a bit interested in the Vedas and borrowed it to take a look. He knew that this was definitely not the doctrine in the eyes of the mortals. There must be a secret cultivation chapter. What do you know about the Middle Earth? For example, Taoism, the Middle Earth's devils, the bloodline of the ancient demonic gods, and so on. To be honest, he wasn't too interested in ancient India. He wanted to know more about the various religions of China in the ancient times. Shimodi revealed a solemn expression and said, "The Middle Earth is unfathomable. I don't know much about it either." He respected the Middle Earth from the bottom of his heart, and didn't understand Taoism. He had never met anyone from this sect. He only heard about the Middle Earth's devils from the elders, and didn't understand much. The only thing he had personally experienced was a demonic god. It made him tremble, and he only glanced at it from afar. He didn't dare to get close and quickly retreated. "Where did you see it?" Shimodi said a place, and Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. It was actually a battlefield in the past and many people died there. During World War II, Shimodi traveled to the east and saw a bloody light piercing through the sky. It was extremely terrifying, and then it spread out like a vast ocean. This demon really knows how to pick the right time. Yi Fan muttered to himself. In the past, who knew how many heroic souls passed away? The entire land was covered in blood and gloomy clouds. In this cultivationless age, this might be a rare chance for a great demon to advance. It was forged with blood and spirit. Did he make a move? Yi Fan asked. No, cultivators can't interfere with the affairs of the human world. This is a rule set in ancient times. The world respects it, and it has been passed down from generation to generation. No one dares to go against it. Shimodi said. Yi Fan nodded and didn't say anything. However, he was thinking about how strong that demonic god was. With Shimodi's eyesight back then, he couldn't have been wrong. His blood energy was overflowing and his demonic might was vast. This was very shocking. He was at least a sect master level figure. Very unusual. In this cultivationless age, there is such an ancient demon. It is really unexpected. I wonder where it is now. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Could this race be related to the fake Pangbo? He suddenly had this thought. According to Shimodi, the waters of the Middle Earth were very deep. That demonic god was just one example. He had heard the senior monk say that he had met another terrifying existence, but he didn't know much. In the end, they set off and brought the small stone Buddha to the Tibetan area. They wanted to open a path to Spirited Mountain. Buddhism had already declined in India, but it was flourishing in the Middle Earth. In the past, there was a bodhisattva who had passed away in meditation who said that Spirited Mountain would move to the east. According to the speculation of the arhats of later generations, it should be in the Tibetan area. Spirited Mountain was a primitive place of Buddhism. It had existed long before Gautama Buddha unified the religion. At that time, the monks cultivated while damaging their bodies and had great divine abilities. Before Gautama Buddha established the religion, the monks on earth were scattered. Spirited Mountain was the only place that could summon them. It was a mysterious ancient land. What a pity. After the last bodhisattva and ancient Buddha passed away, no one could open a path to Spirited Mountain from the outside. Shimodi said that this small stone Buddha might be a key sacred object. It might be able to solve the ancient mystery and discover that primitive place. There might be living beings inside. Yi Fan didn't bring Komatsu with him. He only took the small stone Buddha for the time being. Spirited Mountain was not inferior to Mount Meru, so there might be terrible dangers. He didn't want the innocent little fellow to take risks with him. The group walked in the uninhabited area. It was tranquil. The sky was dark blue with the occasional white and flawless clouds. Both the air and the scenery were very pure. Perhaps this was the only pure land. Nowadays, there were human footprints everywhere. Tall buildings stood in great numbers, and concrete covered the fragrance of flowers and plants. It was a lack of primitive and natural scenery. Yi Fan held the small stone Buddha in his hand, and supported it with his great magic power, causing it to burst forth with boundless light. In the end, several ancient characters appeared in its body while his own golden blood chi soared into the sky. These people were all trembling with incomparable reverence. This kind of great divinity almost never appeared in the world again, but today they had seen it with their own eyes. Shimodi and the other two old monks spoke a few Buddhist secret words, telling Yi Fan that it was left behind by an old elder. Perhaps he could use it to find the spiritual mountain. Yi Fan walked forward and silently chanted an incantation according to what they said. The small stone Buddha became more and more resplendent, and the divine halo behind its head completely materialized. King-chiang sounds rang out as the pair of Buddha's eyes seemed like they were about to open. The heaven and earth are a bit different. Look, a few great mountains suddenly appeared in front of us. A master was astonished. This was an extremely strange scene. Quite a few great mountains appeared on the horizon. They were extremely tall and towered into the clouds. The pressure they gave off made it hard for people to breathe. It was a majestic sight. However, every single one of them was extremely indistinct, and couldn't be seen clearly. They carried a type of faintness, as they stood majestically at the end of the world. There is a path that has appeared, but it is disjointed. Another master was moved and pointed ahead. This was an ancient path that had never been seen before. Now, it suddenly appeared and led to the distant depths of the great peaks. This is the path to the spiritual mountain. Shimodi's entire body was trembling. It didn't match his appearance as a senior monk, because he was too excited. Yi Fan supported the small stone Buddha with great magical force while chanting those incantations. A boundless Buddhist force surged over from the distance. That kind of fluctuation made people want to bow down and worship it. It surpassed everything else. It really is the spiritual mountain. Yi Fan's eyes shone brilliantly. This was exactly the same feeling he had when he entered Tibet not long ago. However, this time it was incomparably long-lasting. An ancient path meandered over. Their group stepped onto this path and advanced step by step. This was extremely mysterious. There were many historical sites on the side of the road, and it didn't seem like the real world at all. The great mountain in the distance was too majestic. It was unknown which region it was hidden in the real world. Last time when Yi Fan crossed the Tibetan region, he didn't even discover it. Now it gave off such an oppressive feeling. There's a corpse up ahead. A master quickly walked over. This path was very ancient, as if no one had walked it since ancient times. The rocks were engraved with the wind and frost of time. An old monk was all skin and bones. His entire body was yellow as he laid in front of them. What they saw wasn't an illusion. This was a real corpse. It was cold to the touch, and the monk's robes were very old. A light touch would turn it into ashes. He's been dead for at least a few hundred years, a master said. There was a row of ancient words carved on the rock in front of him. It seemed like the last words. The brush was hastily put down, and it was written in ancient Sanskrit. Shimodi read it carefully and said the gist of it. This was a senior monk who wholeheartedly followed the Buddha. Yet he couldn't see the spiritual mountain. Before he passed away, wisdom appeared in his heart. He walked a bitter path to find this place and saw the ancient path. However, his lifespan also dried up. They didn't delay, and continued on their way. Yi Fan supported the small stone Buddha, and continuously chanted incantations. The ancient path extended, passing through huge mountains that couldn't even be seen in the mortal world. A dilapidated palace hall. Not long after, they saw an ancient temple. It wasn't very big and only had a stone hall. An old monk passed away in a sitting posture. He also left behind his last words. The spiritual mountain path ended here. The road ahead was boundless, and there was no longer any hope. This was a great divine being. Even his skin was faintly golden. He almost became an arhat. A few masters put their palms together and chanted Sakyamuni Buddha. Yi Fan stopped. The ancient path ahead was getting more and more serene. It seemed like it was endless and he didn't know where it led to. Was this still Earth? He pondered in his heart. The vast and boundless Buddhist nature surged. Was the spiritual mountain comparable to Mount Meru really in front of him? He didn't know if he could enter the ancient Taoist rite. Chapter 947. A wave of desolate aura rushed over from the ancient mountain. Yi Fan and the others felt as if they had returned to the ancient era, returning to the uncivilized land. In the distance, there were mountains tens of thousands of zhang tall. They stood majestically with old trees that covered the sun. There were some unknown creatures. When they got closer, the cries of eagles filled the sky and beasts roared across the rivers and mountains. It was like thunder, rumbling and terrifying. They didn't know where they were. When they looked around, it was a completely new environment. It was as if they had left Earth and entered a primordial great world. Where exactly have we come to? The ancient Sanskrit authority was a bit short of breath. He still couldn't be considered a cultivator, and hadn't even truly activated his sea of suffering. He was only a bit stronger than ordinary people, and felt anxious. We are most likely close to the spiritual mountain. Perhaps we can see the ancient bodhisattvas and the victorious Buddhas, a master said. An ancient path was beneath their feet. This was the only thing that made them feel at ease. Every once in a while, they would see some Buddhist traces along the way. There were even some ancient Sanskrit characters that were carved by those with great magical power. They released brilliance and condensed the rhythm of the Tao. When one calmed down and studied them, they could understand the Tao laws within. Yi Fan was very calm and didn't express anything. However, the masters were different. They were all incomparably excited and carefully observed, hoping to comprehend the Buddhist laws. In order to advance faster, they wanted to use magical techniques to speed up the process. However, they discovered that this wasn't right. The ancient path became indistinct and was about to disappear. In order to find the spiritual mountain, one must worship it with a devout heart. Otherwise, one will never be able to approach it. We can only advance step by step, Siddhati said. He chanted Buddhist names and asked for the Buddha's forgiveness. Yi Fan frowned. Could it be that there really were ancient Buddhas and bodhisattvas up ahead? Once they advanced on foot, the ancient path appeared on its own. It was extremely strange. This is the work of a great technique. It is vast and unfathomable. The spiritual mountain really is an extraordinary place. In the end, after walking for a long time, he discovered some clues. There were mysterious Tao patterns and laws circulating. After advancing for over 100 li, a dilapidated land appeared in front of them. Beside the ancient path was an expanse of ruins. Waves of crying and wailing could be heard, giving people goosebumps. It was extremely terrifying. The temple had become a desolate place with broken walls and overgrown weeds. The Buddha nature of this place had been completely lost, and there were only waves of yin qi blowing over. His cries didn't stop, and he rapidly approached like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he pounced over like a malicious spirit demanding his life. However, the small stone Buddha in Yi Fan's hand was emitting Buddha's light, so the evil shadow didn't dare to get too close. It flashed left and right, appearing and disappearing in the wilderness at an incredible speed. The expressions of Siddhartha, the two old monks, and the four gurus changed. This speed was much faster than theirs, and was not something they could fight against. Fortunately, they saw that Yi Fan's expression did not change and was calm. Only then did they feel relieved. Wow! A loud cry that sounded like a baby's cry exploded in their ears. A gray figure finally appeared. It was an old monk wearing a gray monk robe. His body was tall and sturdy and was surrounded by black gas. His face was fierce and his eyes were scarlet red. Moreover, there were some fine scales on his face that were as red as blood. They spread to his neck, arms, and other parts of his body. He was somewhat fierce and did not look like a human. "Master, why are you in such an evil state?" the authority of ancient Sanskrit asked. He had not truly stepped into the world of cultivation, and could not see the depth of this person. This person's Buddha nature has disappeared, and he has long lost his true self. Now only an evil thought is supporting his body, or perhaps he is already dead, an old monk said. What a pity. This person's realm is far higher than ours. Why is he lost here? A guru was bewildered. Are you also looking for Spirited Mountain? I hate. The old monk with scarlet-red eyes was awe-inspiring. Black gas curled around him, making him look like a malicious spirit. He said in a mournful voice, You wholeheartedly seek Buddhism, but you can't see Spirited Mountain. You have searched for it 9 times out of 10, but in the end, there is no result. What is the point of worshipping Buddha? Everyone immediately understood. He carried endless resentment, which was why he had such a demonic body. It was pitiful and lamentable. He had already abandoned Buddhism. Even Buddha is dead. What are you all still searching for? It's an illusory spirited mountain. So what if you go up? I will enlighten you all. The gray-clothed old monk was dripping tears of blood. He shouted loudly as he rushed over. Everyone sighed inwardly. This person worshipped Buddha his entire life, yet in the end, it was all for naught. He died on the path of seeking Buddha, and only then did he turn into endless resentment. When he raised his hand, an alms bowl appeared. It was as if a purple gold dome of heaven was pressing down, illuminating everyone below. Astral radiance burst forth, and apart from the ancient path beneath their feet, the great earth in all directions quickly collapsed. Chilly winds roared angrily, and great trees were uprooted. The expressions of several gurus changed. This type of power far surpassed theirs, and they could not block it at all. If Yi Fan was not here, they believed that this attack would definitely turn everyone into ashes. Ding! Yi Fan raised his hand and pointed out. A golden finger stopped the alms bowl, easily penetrating it and shattering it. An expanse of fragmented light appeared in the sky. This demonized old monk cried out loudly as he flew out, smashing into an ancient temple. Ah! A mournful cry sounded. This old monk's face was sinister, fangs grew out of his mouth, and blood dripped from his eyes. He roared loudly as he rushed over again. Yi Fan raised his hand and pressed forward. It was as if a large golden millstone was pressing down, pressing him onto the ground and making him unable to move. This was the embodiment of a great divine ability. On the side, the gurus' faces were all filled with shock. In their eyes, this was a demonic figure that was difficult to enlighten. Yet it was so easily suppressed. Yi Fan lightly sighed. He didn't crush him into pieces. From a certain perspective, this was a pitiful person. He believed in his entire life, yet in the end, it was all for naught. His body died, and his Tao disappeared. Only a mouthful of resentment remained. Please allow us to send him off. Shimodi couldn't bear it anymore. He walked forward and clasped his hands together in greeting. Yi Fan nodded and didn't say anything else. The gurus walked forward and all of them sat cross-legged beside the demonic monk. They chanted scriptures, wanting to dispel all the resentment and send him to the afterlife. Namo Amitabhaya, Doda Jia Duo Yi, Duo Di Ta, Amita Papai. Not long after, the old monk who was pressed down by Yi Fan's large golden palm was completely dispelled. The blood-colored scales on his body also disappeared, and the expression on his face gradually became peaceful. Finally, Yi Fan raised his hand. This old monk turned into a ray of holy light and sat up. He chanted Namo Amitba, turned into a rain of light, and disappeared, dispersing all the resentment. We cultivators worship Buddha too much, and our obsession is too deep. We can't see the true Buddha, which is why we ended up like this. It's not his fault. One of the guru clasped his hands together and chanted scriptures. They continued on their way. This ancient path to Spirited Mountain was filled with dried-up bones. Along the way, they found no less than 100 corpses. There was nothing else. They were all senior monks. This made people sigh. Only those who worshipped Buddha could find this place, but they could only die halfway. They couldn't get close to Spirited Mountain. It was really sad. Suddenly, the ancient path was cut off. A pitch-black abyss lay in front of them, blocking their way. The path to Spirited Mountain was still faintly visible on the other side. Is this a test? Yi Fan asked. No, this is because the secret words we received from our ancestors weren't complete. That's why the path was cut off. Now it seems like we can only rely on ourselves to cross over and connect the broken path, an old monk said. During this process, Yi Fan kept chanting incantations, and used his own mana to support the small stone Buddha. Only then could the ancient path not extend forward. At this moment, it was finally blocked. Alright, let's cross over. Yi Fan wanted to enter the spirited mountain to take a look. Since the fluctuations were not inferior to Mount Meru, there must be a shocking ancient spirited mountain. Ayo! Suddenly, a mournful cry rang out. This abyss was filled with black mist. There were ghosts crying, and there were all kinds of demons and ghosts struggling inside, wanting to rush out. This is the Chaos Demon Abyss. Before Buddha achieved the Tao, he suppressed and killed all kinds of demons. Many of them filled this abyss. Siddhartha said in surprise. This abyss couldn't be flown over. It was condensed with the killing intent of countless demons, turning it into a killing field. One could only rely on one's own body to cross over step by step. Is that so? I also want to see what the demons Buddha killed were like. Yi Fan said. His body released golden light, enveloping the few of them. He walked above the abyss, stepping on the evil spirits that rushed up one after another. Demons were dancing in disorder. Countless great demons and demons were formed from resentment. They rushed up into the sky. Although they no longer had the mana they had when they were alive, they were still incomparably terrifying. They rushed over while crying. Honglong. Thunder and lightning rumbled outside Yi Fan's body. His gold saint domain spread out, and he was like a god traversing hell. He walked above, and in the process he really saw a few powerful characters. Bang! A sect master level demon was turned into black light by his finger, and turned into nothingness, frightening away a group of evil spirits. Then, when a huge white skeleton appeared, the entire Chaos Demon Abyss was thrown into chaos. A demon with a skeleton. Yi Fan's eyes lit up. This was too rare. He was extremely powerful, and the skeleton didn't shatter after taking a blow from him. He fought a great battle with him. He was as fast as lightning, leaping like a dragon, jumping like a tiger, leaping like a monkey and striking like a snake. He struck out a total of 18 times, and with a boom, that snow-white skeleton was shattered. At the side, a few Indian monks were all alarmed. After a long time one of them said, "If I'm not wrong, this skeleton belongs to a guardian Vajra of our Buddhist sect. He fell into the demonic path, and his bones are immortal. How could he be shattered like this?" They couldn't understand. The guardian Vajra of Buddhism had an indestructible body, and even death couldn't injure it. Just how powerful was this young man in front of them? His corporeal body surpassed Buddha's. The Chaos Demon Abyss was really a dangerous place. Demons, devils, and ghosts would rush out from time to time. They were bound here, and wanted to drag the living down with them. It was difficult for ordinary people to pass through. The few masters all knew that no matter how many people came, they would die. It was impossible to pass through. The evil spirits inside were all formed after the death of ancient divine beings. However, Yi Fan's battle strength was astonishing. Although he encountered a few fierce battles, he won all of them and killed his way through. The strength he displayed was close to that of a god in the eyes of these people. He kept suppressing all kinds of demons and was invincible. Not a single person could stop him. In the end, Yi Fan killed his way through the Chaos Demon Abyss and smoothly stepped onto the broken road. Boom! Waves surged into the sky, hitting high into the sky. It was a vast expanse. This was a vast and boundless ocean blocking their way. The sound of waves was deafening, making people feel like they were in a dream. They didn't know how many miles they had walked, but they actually came to such a place. The ancient road was blocked, and in front of them was a boundless ocean. How is this possible? Have we walked out of the Tibetan area? The ancient Sanskrit monk was stunned. This is the Sea of Bitterness. If we want to get close to the spiritual mountain, we have to cross it. This might be the real earth. What we see on a daily basis might only be a part of it, an old monk said. The Sea of Bitterness is boundless. Turn back to the shore before it's too late. Do we still want to cross it? Another old monk said. We won't turn back until we see the spiritual mountain, Yi Fan said softly. The few of them had seen his great divine ability. Hearing him speak like this, it naturally represented their unanimous decision to continue forward. Yi Fan stretched out his hand and pointed. A purple copper warship appeared in the void, allowing them to board it. It slowly rowed across the boundless sea of bitterness, advancing towards the shore. Boom! Raging waves beat against the shore and raging waves washed the sky. That black ocean was terrifying. Every time it surged, it seemed like the world was going to be turned upside down. There were actually living creatures in the sea whistling over. They were shocked. After traveling for hundreds of miles, densely packed white bone claws stretched out from the sea. There were even terrifying demons rushing up to attack the warship in the sky. It was much more terrifying than the chaotic demonic abyss. There were unfathomable evil spirits inside, emitting a monstrous aura. Yi Fan took out a copper lamp. He had a human body and a ghost face as he hung on the bow of the ship. In an instant, the wind and waves calmed down. All the demons and ghosts disappeared, no longer stirring up trouble. This was the copper lamp he picked from the ancient Mars. It was left behind by the Gautama Buddha in order to suppress the vengeful spirits with great divine physiques. It was a strange secret treasure that burned the oil of ancient saints. Everyone was shocked. This sea of bitterness was definitely incomparably terrifying. If they traveled normally, perhaps even the golden Arhut would fall. They never thought that because of the existence of a copper lamp, everything would be smooth sailing. The black sea of bitterness surged, and there was no longer a trace of danger. However, they could feel that there were extremely terrifying demons swimming under the sea. They would peep above from time to time, but they didn't dare to approach. This copper lamp emitted a long green light, and its shape was vivid and lifelike. It had a human body close to the Tao, a sinister ghost face, and a tongue as the wick. The flame danced, and it actually burned out ancient talismans that surrounded the entire copper ship. Moreover, a skinny little old man appeared. He squatted at the bow of the ship and smiled strangely at them. It was indescribably evil, causing the Indian gurus to feel a burst of fear. This wasn't the first time Yi Fan saw him, so his expression didn't change. It had to be said that this copper lamp possessed divine might that could suppress all evil spirits. An entire 9 days passed, and not a single demon jumped out along the way. Even the entire sea of bitterness had calmed down, intimidated by it. 9 days later, they reached the other shore. When they looked forward again, a great mountain that was tens of thousands of zhang tall towered into the clouds. It was incomparably majestic. Spiritual mountain. We're about to reach the ancient spiritual mountain Tao, right? The old monks were all incomparably excited. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He felt a boundless, undulating fluctuation of Buddhist nature. He knew that they were truly approaching the legendary spiritual mountain. That's. A day later, they passed through one great mountain after another. Specks of light appeared in front of them, and the radiance of divinity pervaded the air. Yi Fan was also shocked. He cultivated the heavenly eye, so he could naturally see even further. He had long seen the miraculous scene on the horizon. Divine light danced in the air, turning into a sparkling and brilliant rain of light. And there was an ancient Bodhi tree. Its branches were like horned dragons, extending in all directions. Its leaves were verdant and glistening, and there were fluctuations of the great Tao. Under the ancient tree, there was a middle-aged man in his 30s sitting cross-legged. He was untainted by even a speck of dust, and his body was imprinted in the void, merging with the great Tao. It was as if he was sitting in 3 different spaces. Sakyamuni Buddha. After Samodhi and the others saw clearly, their heads immediately swelled and they almost exploded. They all knelt down at the first moment. Yi Fan was also shocked. This person's appearance was truly special. It was exactly the same as the Sakyamuni Buddha statue in the temple, and at this moment, it merged with the great Tao. Chapter 948. Sakyamuni at the end of the road. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Even Yi Fan was stunned. The old monks kowtowed with great sincerity. They chanted the name of Buddha and touched their heads to the ground. Sparkling flowers floated down one after another, producing rustling sounds. However, this only served to make the world even more tranquil. An ancient Bodhi tree was rooted there. An otherworldly man sat cross-legged under it, merging with all living things and coexisting with the great Tao. His eyes were closed as the sparkling flowers fell on his body. It was as if he hadn't moved for thousands of years. He was peaceful and transcendent. If a person was exactly the same as the Buddha in the temple, it would undoubtedly be an abnormal sign that would make people respect and fear him. Siddhartha and the others kowtowed with each step. They were extremely excited to see Sakyamuni. Even if he died immediately, they would have no other regrets. This was their life's greatest wish. They only wanted to see the true Buddha and kowtow to the Tathagata. On the ancient road to Spirited Mountain, their wish came true. They saw the Buddha with their own eyes. Quasi-Emperor Sakyamuni. Yifan's heart trembled. This was a character that only appeared in legends. Now that he had actually seen him, it was beyond his expectations. Sakyamuni was an ancient person from 2,500 years ago. He possessed great wisdom. He studied the Vedas and the teachings of the Brahmins. In the end, he unified Spirited Mountain and created Buddhism. He left behind an illustrious name in history and was famous throughout the world. The guru from India kowtowed with each step. He moved forward amidst the falling flowers while mumbling. He gradually arrived near the ancient Bodhi tree. Yifan also moved forward. He didn't kneel and only stared unblinkingly at the quasi-emperor under the tree. His extraordinary temperament made people follow him, as if he could transcend all the worries of the world. Dong. In the distant mountains, the Brahma bell rang out from tens of hundreds of miles away. It was so deafening that it made people feel like they were being baptized and enlightened. Deep in the mountains, the ancient temple bell, the Buddha under the Bodhi tree. All of this was like a dream. There wasn't a speck of dust here. Sakyamuni didn't move and didn't speak, but his dharma spread throughout the world. You came too late. Spirited Mountain has already closed. Only when the seas dry up can it reappear in this world. A wave passed over. The figure under the Bodhi tree with his eyes closed spoke softly, as if he was talking to them across time and space. Buddha. Siddhartha and the others cheered loudly, continuously kowtowing. They heard the true Buddha talking to them, and were extremely excited. Why are we late? We came here with the sacred object to open the ancient path of Spirited Mountain. Yifan stood not far from the Bodhi tree and asked for guidance. Spirited Mountain has already withered. It is difficult for it to appear in the mortal world. Although there is a sacred object, there is no secret language, so we cannot open a path. Shakyamuni didn't move. It was as if he was sitting cross-legged in ancient times, but it was also as if he was preaching the Tao from the future. Strands of great Tao sacred ripples seeped out, forming a divine wheel that made him seem extraordinary. Yifan was endlessly bewildered. Was this really the Sakyamuni? Didn't he already cross the heavens and enter the depths of the starry sky? How could he possibly see him here? Back then, he had seen the back of great Emperor Wushi in the Purple Mountain. At first, he thought it was real, but then he realized that it was just a shadow that had been imprinted tens of thousands of years ago. Could it be that what he saw was the same? However, why was he able to converse with them? Moreover, he was able to merge with the great Tao of heaven and earth. There was an otherworldly aura that could suppress endless ages flowing about. At the end of Spirited Mountain Road, repent and you will be saved. Under the ancient Bodhi tree, the otherworldly middle-aged man spoke softly. His eyes were still closed, and his expression was peaceful and tranquil. Every falling flower was sparkling, condensing the divine charm of the great Tao. Siddhartha and the others accepted the decree and retreated. However, Yifan didn't move because he saw the verdant ancient Bodhi tree petrified at this time. Even the man under the tree had become a statue. The falling flowers fell, turning into stone flowers when they landed on the ground. The fluctuations of life disappeared, and everything he saw turned into stone statues. This was different from before. This was the power of the Buddhist Dharma. Yifan understood. The Sakyamuni had walked down the ancient starry sky path, so it was impossible for him to still be on earth. All of this was formed by the great magical power of the past. Moreover, if it was truly a quasi-emperor, they might not be able to get so close to his physical body. The great Tao and all things merged together. What they saw was only the Dharma of the past, not the body of the present. This is. The old monks from India were all trembling. They thought of a legend. The Buddha had 10 great disciples. Before his true body left, the 10 worked together to create the Sakyamuni Buddha's body, which stood on Spirit Mountain Road. This was the work of the 10 great disciples of the Buddha. This incarnation of the Sakyamuni Buddha could display part of his divine abilities. What they saw just now couldn't be considered false. From this, they could also infer that the spirit mountain was close and not far ahead. However, Siddhartha and the others all stopped and were unwilling to take another step forward. They solemnly followed the Sakyamuni's decree and didn't dare to disobey it. The spirit mountain is in sight. Don't you want to go in? Even if you can't succeed, why don't you go closer and take a look? Yi Fan spoke. We have sinned. The masters all put their palms together, and at the same time advised Yi Fan not to go any further and turn back. Yi Fan didn't pay any attention to them. He walked past the petrified Sakyamuni and the Sakyamuni Buddha, and continued forward. The old monks were all stunned. They all stood on the spot and stared blankly. The ancient road meandered forward for another few li. Finally, it was completely cut off. In front of him, a vast mountain was faintly discernible. It was located at the end of the world. There wasn't any life there. There was only a wave of Buddha nature fluctuation like the sea. The entire mountain was devoid of life. Not even an auspicious beast or auspicious bird could be seen. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eye, but discovered that it was still blurry. The vast spirit mountain couldn't be seen clearly. He only knew that the mountain was serene, and the ancient temple was silent. It was clearly already in front of him, only a few dozen li away. How could the spirit mountain be closed? He thought for a bit and walked forward with large steps. Even if there was no road, he still wanted to go forward and open up his own path. However, the moment he took the first step, he immediately saw the primal chaos surge. The spirit mountain became more and more indistinct. It was as if he heard the chanting of the ancient Buddhas. Yi Fan didn't stop and continued forward. However, there was a Buddhist lion's roar. It was as if an arhat was chanting an incantation. The evil subduing pestle in its hand pressed towards him. It was formed from Buddha light. He let out a light shout and opened up the golden sacred domain. Nothing could get close to him. With a loud rumble, the heavens seemed to collapse. The evil subduing pestle flew backwards as he took large steps forward. In the distance, Samodi and the others were dumbstruck. Was he going to fight against the bodhisattvas and force his way into the spirit mountain? Hong. At this moment, there was chaos in front of him. The primal chaos raged and the spirit mountain was majestic. It was as if it was going to fall over and suffocate everyone. Ah! Yi Fan shouted and chanted the Buddhist mantra. At this moment, he suffered a great pressure. Even though he was a saint, he still felt as if his body was going to be crushed. This was the pressure of the spirit mountain. This was the fluctuation of the vast Buddhist power. It was the psyche power of who knew how many creatures had gathered here in the past. No one could resist it. The primal chaos mist attacked. The Yaksha, Asura, Gandharv, Garuda and the other 8 tribes appeared. They were also formed from Buddhist divine light, and pounced towards Yi Fan. Even the swastika sound didn't have that great of an effect. It only shattered a part of it. Yi Fan took a step back and endured the great pressure. He believed that if it was anyone else, they would have died a long time ago. Even his saint body wouldn't be able to hold on. The spirit mountain was worthy of being the most famous ancient Tao rite. It was inviolable and couldn't be approached. This place was protected by a world-shocking great formation. Moreover, there was a distance of over 100 li between them. If one really charged in, there would definitely be a disaster. Yi Fan looked at the little stone Buddha in his hand and frowned. Without the secret message, he couldn't enter with just this divine object. There must be something shocking left inside. Otherwise, it wouldn't be protected like this. He knew that it was difficult to enter, but he wanted to get closer to see what exactly was going on with the spirit mountain, and why it was like this. With a long roar, the golden holy blood in his body boiled. It was like a great river, rushing into every meridian and releasing waves of thunderous sounds. It shook the 9 heavens and resonated with the great Tao. Yi Fan's entire body shone. He used the travel formula and activated all kinds of phenomena. He directly killed his way over and finally got a bit closer. He vaguely glanced at the old monks sitting on the cliff and beside the Buddha platform. It was deathly quiet. There wasn't a single blade of grass or tree. Everything was withered. The spirit spring and pond were all dried up. There wasn't the slightest bit of vitality. It was as if no one had stepped here since the ancient times. A withered spirit mountain. This was the truth. Ancient temples stood tall, and there were many temples everywhere. However, there wasn't a single person, not a single bodhisattva, not a single ancient Buddha. No living creatures could be seen. It was completely silent. One could see Buddhist treasures and great artifacts covered in dust. There was no one alive. It was deathly quiet. The power of the mountain was boundless and immeasurable. It was even more terrifying than a true ancient star. Yi Fan couldn't get close and was forced back by the boundless fluctuations. A strand of golden blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He didn't force it and retreated. The spirit mountain was dried up. It had experienced great changes. No wonder it was closed. However, what he saw should only be the mountain gate. Everything in the depths of the spirit mountain was extremely dim. There was an ancient Bodhi tree that had all its leaves fallen off. However, Tao traces appeared, blocking the main spirit mountain. Moreover, right at this time, the entire great mountain became indistinct. The main body of the spirit mountain even more so disappeared. This type of scene was irreversible. It was useless even if Yi Fan used magical force to support the little stone Buddha in his hand. Hong. In the end, a boundless fluctuation rushed over. He was blasted out more than 10 li. Everything disappeared. The blue dome of heaven was like a piece of blue crystal. A few white clouds floated past, making people feel that they were so close to the sky. It was as if they could touch it by jumping up. The air was abnormally fresh. Yi Fan was stunned. He stood in the Tibetan region. The tens of thousands of Zhangtal mountains, the vast and unfathomable spirit mountain, and the mysterious ancient path had all turned into smoking clouds. He couldn't see any of them again. Several li away, a group of Indian monks were also astonished. They didn't know why they had suddenly arrived in a familiar place. The ancient path had disappeared. Yi Fan flew through the air and arrived in front of them. He then scanned the surroundings. Tibet was very high above sea level. There were also great mountains, but they couldn't be compared to those from before. Where exactly is it hidden? Are the ancient path and the spirit mountain in the Tibetan region? This was the common question in everyone's heart. Yi Fan told them to wait here. He turned into a bolt of lightning and flew in the sky. He released his powerful divine sense and scanned every inch of the land. He was seriously searching, but in the end he still couldn't find anything. In the end, he flew for thousands of li and landed on a majestic mountain range. He felt a sense of vicissitudes, but he couldn't see a trace of magic. This was the majestic Kunlun that traversed across the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Yi Fan had a big headache. Spirit Mountain was already mysterious enough. He didn't know where it was hidden, but Kunlun must be even more extraordinary. It was the first mountain in China's ancient mythology. It was the ancestor of all lineages. All the legends about immortals were related to it. Not long after, Yi Fan returned to B City. The other group of people returned to India. Before they parted, the masters promised him that they would ask others about the secret language of Spirit Mountain. Regardless of whether they gained anything or not, they would visit him again and ask for his guidance. As soon as Yi Fan returned, he felt that something was wrong. The lawn outside the old villa was full of potholes as if it had been struck by lightning. It was destroyed beyond recognition. This old villa didn't change much because he had carved a few simple formations. Even if it was hit, it wouldn't be damaged. Its surroundings were a mess. It was obvious that someone had fought here. Komatsu. Yi Fan was shocked. He entered the room in a flash, but it was cold and desolate. There was nothing there. Where did the little purple thing go? His heart suddenly turned cold. He searched the surroundings and released a powerful divine sense to call out, Komatsu. In the distance, next to a trash can, a dirty little thing timidly poked its head out. It turned into a purple light and pounced towards him. In an instant, it hung on his body, its body trembling. What happened? Yi Fan's heart was far from as calm as his words. He brought it home and placed it on the sofa. Komatsu's leg was injured. It was limping and had been frightened. However, it pretended to be relaxed. In order to make Yi Fan smile, it did a somersault to please him. It trembled in pain, but it was smiling innocently. Yi Fan felt a pang of pain when he saw it. Who hurt the little purple thing? A murderous intent arose in his heart. Chapter 949. The little purple creature smiled foolishly with an expression of nonchalance. It lifted its injured leg and pretended to stretch in a relaxed manner, telling Yi Fan that it was fine and not a big deal. However, it was actually trembling in pain. Yi Fan hurriedly stopped it from moving again. The little fellow's injuries were obviously not light, but it still had an innocent expression on its face. Fawning over him like this made one's heart ache even more. Who injured you to this state? Who else came here? He asked softly. His expression was gentle, but his heart was surging with rage. Its entire body was filthy. It was unknown how many days it had been wandering outside. Its originally purple satin-like fur had become dim. It was obvious that it had experienced a frightening experience. Otherwise, it wouldn't have rushed over and trembled slightly upon seeing him. Its injured leg had been cut by a sharp weapon. If it wasn't for this little creature's profound cultivation, it would have been broken long ago. Its attacks could be said to be ruthless and ruthless. Yi Fan carefully treated its wound. There were actually strands of black light flowing within. It possessed corrosive properties. No wonder it hadn't recovered after such a long time. He used magic power to dissolve the black light while taking out a bottle of divine spring he brought out from the life-forbidden zone. He used this to clean its wound, and then carefully bandaged it. During this process, the Komatsu trembled unceasingly in pain. However, it didn't struggle or make a sound. It silently endured and tried its best to act as if nothing was wrong to make others feel pity. With Yi Fan personally taking action, this kind of injury was naturally nothing. The divine spring from the ancient forbidden zone possessed a powerful vitality. Not long after, its leg began to recover. The little fellow blinked its large eyes and lowered its head to look at its injured leg. Its face was full of astonishment. It had been in pain for so many days, but now, it was rapidly recovering. It immediately became incomparably happy and forgot all the injuries it had suffered. Yi Fan asked it seriously. Naturally, he couldn't just let it go like this. There was actually someone who wanted to kill the Komatsu. If he didn't retaliate, it wouldn't be his style. In the past, the corpses of many great enemies in the northern Dipper Star region were laid at his feet. He made a name for himself and built his path with blood and bones. Now that he had returned to the age of chaos, how could he endure being bullied and humiliated? The Komatsu was very weak and kind as it recounted the events of that day. Yi Fan had been gone for half a month. During this time, someone had found this place. The little purple thing was very afraid of strangers. It hid in the room and did not go out. This was also what Yi Fan had told it before he left, telling it not to run around. The person who came was a demonic youth with cultivation. He seemed to be injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. Komatsu was very pure and kind. It bit out a small piece of the scarlet moon fruit that Yi Fan gave it, and brought it to that person. It didn't think that it would almost be killed. That person spat out a divine all, and injured the little purple fellow's leg. Then lightning struck down and blocked its way back into the room. Komatsu's fear of thunder and lightning was almost innate. In the past, its mother had been injured to protect it, and when she died, it happened to be struck by lightning and thunder. Once it was almost struck to death on a stone mountain. Therefore, when it was ambushed by the strange young man, it almost suffered a great calamity. In its panic, it didn't know which way to go and left this place. It waited for many days, hiding beside the underground sewers and trash cans in fear, until Yi Fan returned. After learning of all this, Yi Fan did not say much. He gently rubbed its head. This little thing was as pure as a piece of white paper. In the past, it only had a small stone Buddha as its companion. It breathed under the bright moon alone, and had never come into contact with humans. After it was led out of Tibet by Yi Fan, it had always thought that everyone was like it. It didn't know the sinister nature of the human heart, and looked at everyone with its kind heart. Even at this time, the little thing was still confused. It asked Yi Fan in confusion, "Why did that person treat it like that? What did it do wrong?" "You didn't do anything wrong. The only thing wrong is that the human heart is too complicated. You will slowly understand in the future." "Oh." The little purple thing made an "oh" sound and blinked its large eyes. Its heart was still full of confusion and confusion. Yi Fan decided that in the future, he would bring it along to experience some things. Only then would it understand. Komatsu washed itself and drank some divine spring water. It finally recovered and became lively and quick-witted again. It peeled a plate of pine nuts and carefully handed it to Yi Fan. Yi Fan accepted it with a smile and handed it a jade snake orchid. Its essence energy overflowed, and its fragrance filled the air. That day, when he and Pangbo left, they spent a great deal of origin energy to purchase many spirit medicines. The little purple thing's large eyes lit up. It was incomparably happy to be held in his arms. All of a sudden, it forgot all the pain it had suffered and laughed without a care in the world. It was very easily satisfied. Yi Fan didn't need to think to guess that it was most likely related to the holy jade bottle in the auction. Only it could attract a cultivator. As expected, there was soon a clue. It was a strange young man who had won 3 auctions in the past. The auction house had detailed information about him. After Yi Fan showed the photo to Komatsu, it was confirmed that he was the culprit. You've already left B City. It's useless even if you run to the ends of the earth, Yi Fan softly said to himself. One day he traveled south and arrived at Jiangxi's Jiujiang. This was a villa district not far from Mount Lu. The mountains and rivers were interconnected, and the scenery was beautiful. It could be said that ordinary people couldn't afford this kind of price. Any one of them would be astronomical. Yi Fan stood in the distance and revealed a strange expression. Not only was he a cultivator, but he also learned Genesis arts and was very familiar with the movement of mountains, rivers and earth veins. There was a faintly discernible draconic aura in this place. It had drawn a wisp of essence energy from the rising purple dragon vein in the distant Mount Lu. It was too crucial in the end of days as it could help cultivation. Moreover, after a careful look, he discovered something strange. This villa district was built with a mysterious principle. If he guessed correctly, this area should belong to a clan. Perhaps to outsiders, the head of the household was independent and had a different surname, so nothing could be seen. However, he believed that this should be a clan that lived in seclusion here. The layout was very particular. There's a very faint wisp of demonic aura. Yi Fan muttered to himself and then walked in with large strides. Komatsu tilted its head and curiously sized up the villa district. It only felt that the scenery here was very beautiful. There were mountains on one side and rivers on the other. There was also the essence of heaven and earth that could be breathed in and out. Yi Fan disappeared with a step and came to the depths of the villa district. He stopped in front of the villa with the thickest demonic aura in the center. This place had the best view and the purple dragon underground was the thickest. The owner of this place, come out and meet me. His words immediately alarmed the villa district. With his powerful divine sense, he could naturally clearly sense that there were at least 10 pairs of eyes sweeping over and spying on him in the dark. And someone immediately walked out from the villa in the center. It was an old man with a face as rosy as a baby's. His hair was like snow and his complexion was very good. He was full of energy. Yi Fan's expression didn't change. This was definitely a person with cultivation. His cultivation was at the 3rd small realm of the 1st secret realm. The Sea of Reincarnation, Divine Bridge. Little brother, is there anything I can help you with? He asked with a smile. You and I are both cultivators. There's no need to hide anything. Since I was able to find this place, all lies are useless, Yi Fan said. The old man's expression immediately became solemn. He gestured for Yi Fan to enter the house and talk. He also seriously looked at the purple Komatsu mouse on Yi Fan's shoulder. Yi Fan's expression was calm as he walked in. Through this corner of the place he understood where those with cultivation were. This place was close to Mount Lu, which made cultivation a possibility. His heavens, I could directly see the source of this old man. There were a few wisps of demonic blood flowing in his body. It wasn't very pure. This bloodline was a descendant of the primordial demon race. After entering the hall, the old man invited Yi Fan to sit down and had someone serve tea. His tone was very polite as he asked him why he was here. I think you should know why I'm here. Let that young man come out. There's nothing more to say, Yi Fan said indifferently as he sipped his tea. Taoist friend, please calm down. The old man saw that Yi Fan had come with ill intentions and was so forceful, so he hurriedly put on a flattering smile. He said that the young man was his good-for-nothing grandson who did something reckless and caused such a disaster. He already knew his mistake and was willing to compensate. He asked Yi Fan to be magnanimous. What a nice way of putting it. Reckless? For no reason at all, he suddenly attacked and wanted to take Komatsu's life. What's the use of keeping someone with such a temperament? Let him come out and meet me, Yi Fan said with a solemn expression. Komatsu was very curious. He jumped around the house with an innocent expression and couldn't stop looking at the antiques. The old man immediately revealed a troubled expression and said, I hope Taoist friend will forgive us. We were in the wrong, but please be magnanimous and forgive us. Can we let this go? I only want to ask one more time. Are you going to let him out or not? Are you waiting for me to do it myself? Yi Fan took a small sip of fragrant tea and put down the teacup with a cold expression. That grandson of mine saw a spirit beast and was naturally curious, so he tried to subdue it. But he didn't hurt anyone. That's just a beast pet. Taoist friend, you're making a big deal out of nothing. The old man was also a bit displeased. Are you talking about Komatsu? In my opinion, many people aren't as humane as him. I'm a bit curious. What did your grandson use to hurt Komatsu? You know him so well. He's not qualified yet, Yi Fan said coldly. You are being too overbearing. The old man's expression sunk. Then with a schwa sound, he revealed a divine awl. It shone with an eerie light and carried traces of time. A sect master level magical treasure. Yi Fan was astonished. It was truly rare to see such a powerful weapon in this cultivationless age. Soon after, he understood that during the ancient times, there were many sects on earth and experts were as common as clouds. Naturally, there were many powerful beings, so it wasn't a big deal to have weapons left behind by them. This is the weapon, said the old man. It was clear that he didn't display this weapon without the intention of intimidating others. After Komatsu saw this flickering divine awl, its body immediately trembled. It clearly remembered its encounter that day. Yi Fan gently rubbed its head and said, I'll refine it into a small knife for you to trim your nails in the future. The old man's expression immediately changed. He said, Young man, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You're too presumptuous. At the same time, the door was pushed open and another old man walked out. It was a cultivator from the Holy Palace's secret realm. He said coldly, You should know that in this world, there are some people you can't afford to offend. My clan has existed since the ancient times and has never fallen. Who dares to be presumptuous here? So, you guys are considered immortal inheritances from ancient times? Yi Fan laughed. Ah, how many years has it been? No one has dared to come here and cause trouble. Young man, you're too young and too ignorant. Have you not heard of Jiujiang? It's not a place you can provoke. The old man who came out later shook his head. At the same time, a young man walked out. It was the bewitching young man Yi Fan was looking for. He sat down casually to the side. Komatsu's body suddenly trembled. The last time it was injured, it clearly remembered. It was kind enough to take out a spiritual medicine to save someone, but it was almost killed. It still didn't know what it did wrong. Yi Fan pointed with his finger, and the young man was immediately fixed to the wall. Yi Fan waved his hand in the air and 5 finger marks appeared on the young man's face. There was a crisp sound. You've gone too far. How dare you behave atrociously in Jiujiang? The two old men's expressions changed. Is that so? I just don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I just wanted to provoke you. Let's see what you can do. If you anger me, I'll turn Jiujiang upside down. You can't leave today. You'll regret it. The two old men shouted and rushed outside, asking their disciples to invite people. They had obviously realized that Yi Fan was not someone to be trifled with. Chapter 950. A group of people rushed into the hall and surrounded Yi Fan from different directions. They were all wearing iron robes that flickered with a cold metallic luster. They held all kinds of sharp weapons in their hands and emitted divine radiance. In this day and age, if people saw such attire, they would definitely be shocked. All of this was too primitive and incompatible with the present. Yi Fan didn't get up. He still sat there and looked at them calmly. Although the armor on these people was shiny, there were traces of time. They had been through many generations. Back then, the ancient demons that could roar through the world and capture the stars and moon had either passed away or left this world. However, they had left many ancient weapons for their descendants. This was a shocking treasure. You almost killed Komatsu. Do you want to attack me now? Yifan asked calmly. Have you forgotten what this place is? Zheojiang is not a place that anyone can barge in and do as they please. The elder of the Divine Bridge realm said coldly as he held the glowing divine awl. He waved his hand lightly, and a dozen people in armor shook their weapons. Ripples rushed out of the ancient weapons and spewed out sword chi, slashing towards Yifan. They laid out a matrix. These ancient weapons were all ritual implements. They weren't that shocking, but when used together, they were very useful and could kill extremely powerful opponents. The strongest among these people was the elder of the Holy Ji Palace's secret realm. They naturally couldn't create such a matrix. All of these were left behind by their ancestors. The sword energy was sharp, cutting through the void, interweaving into a blinding formation, trapping Yifan within. The sword radiance hacked over, but it was shattered by a flick of his finger. What ritual implement do you have? The elder of the Divine Bridge realm was shocked and couldn't help but fall back. In this day and age, he didn't believe that someone could shatter such a powerful matrix with one finger. With a flick of Yifan's finger, golden blood energy turned into golden divine radiance. It was as if he was holding an ancient divine artifact, inadvertently misleading them. It was because in these people's eyes, it was almost impossible for this type of great divine ability expert to exist in this world. Or it could be said that even if there was, he wouldn't come to their family, as expected of an ancient lineage. Such a temper. Do you want to kill me too? Yifan raised his hand and summoned the young man pinned to the wall. Brother, let's talk. We had a misunderstanding before, and I am willing to make it up to you. He had been careless and didn't care at all. He thought that the other couldn't do anything in his clan, but now he was scared. Komatsu saved you out of kindness, and you want to kill him? Are you heartless? Yifan's palm slapped down, causing all the bones in his body to creak and crack, instantly breaking dozens of them. Of course, he did not use his full strength. Otherwise, the attack of the human clan's sacred physique could even turn a sect leader into meat paste, let alone him. Ah! The bewitching young man screamed in pain and rolled around on the ground. Yifan was surprised. There was purple blood in this person's body, and his demonic aura was very strong. Although he wasn't old, he was already in the life spring realm, which was considered extraordinary on Earth. It was no wonder that the clan protected him, and gave him the sect master level divine cone nail to protect him. In this day and age, such talent was rare, and it was worth spending energy to cultivate him. Brother, please stop. Everything can be discussed. The elder from the Holy Palace stepped forward and looked worried. He still couldn't see what the golden ritual implement in Yifan's palm was. Just now, they laid a matrix and trapped Yifan in the center, thinking that they could kill him. They didn't expect it to be useless. And the young man was trapped through the matrix. What else is there to say? Zheojiang is the place of your clan. Not everyone can behave atrociously here. I've offended you all. Yifan said coldly. He was merciless. One finger landed, and the young man's sea of reincarnation was cleanly dissolved. Another finger landed, and the young man's celestial platform crumbled. He could no longer cultivate. Yifan destroyed the young man's cultivation with 2 fingers, making it impossible for him to cultivate in this life. Then he thought about it and waved his hand. The purple demonic blood in the young man's body was extracted and refined on the spot. You've gone too far. The elder of the Celestial Bridge realm was furious. A good seedling of the clan was destroyed on the spot. This wasn't just a slap to his face, it was a slap to the entire clan. I've gone too far? You almost killed Komatsu. I'm here to ask for an explanation. You want to kill me too? You really have the power to rule the world. Yifan threw the young man over. Grandpa, help me kill him. My life is over. I want to grind his bones to dust. The demonic young man shouted. His eyes were filled with hatred as he cursed. Seeing this, Yifan laughed and raised his finger. With a light poof, a golden light pierced through his forehead. A stream of blood flowed out, and his ferocious expression completely froze. I took away your cultivation that brought disaster to the world. I originally wanted to let you live, but you don't know how to repent. With such a personality, I can't let you live. The expressions of everyone in the hall changed. At that moment, they all retreated, especially the elder of the Holy Ji Palace's secret realm. He felt that things were not going well. Why did this young man look so much like the legendary divine arts cultivators? No matter who you are, you have to die today. You won't be able to leave Zhejiang. How many years has it been since someone dared to provoke us, the Dragon Sparrow bloodline? The elder of the Celestial Bridge realm shouted. The one who died was his grandson, who had been spoiled by him since he was young. This was an outcome that he could not accept. The group of people left the hall, and he gave the order coldly. Yi Fan did not want to waste time. He waved his hand in the air, and before he could finish giving the order, his spiritual soul was captured and burned to ashes. His intact body fell to the ground with a thud. Everyone gasped and was completely dumbfounded. At that moment, they finally understood that they had most likely kicked a metal plate. They might have provoked a living ancestor. Which arrogant brat has come to our clan to act so atrociously? An old woman holding a dragon sparrow staff appeared. Her hair was snow white, and each strand was sparkling. Her face was pale with a hint of red. No one knew how old she was. Ancestor. A group of people hurried to greet her, especially the elder of the Holy Ji Palace's secret realm. He walked up quickly and said softly, Ancestor, things are not looking good. This person might have great ancient powers. Yi Fan sat in the hall and did not go out. After seeing the old woman, he was a little surprised. Her cultivation level was at the third secret realm, for extremities. He was truly a little surprised. Was there still someone who could cultivate to such a level in this era? The dragon sparrow race has stood strong since ancient times. No one has ever dared to come to Zhejiang and humiliate us. I don't care which god you are today. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. The old woman waved her staff, and a wave of auspicious air rose in the hall. A bone-piercing light shone, and an extremely powerful spell formation appeared, trying to refine Yi Fan. The layout of the hall was very particular. Yi Fan noticed it when he came in. The floor was covered with demon bloodstones, and the marks of time were engraved on them. This was an ancient spell formation that had been moved here. The house was built on it, and any cultivator from the Dragon Transformation secret realm, who entered by mistake would be refined. When the Dragon Sparrow race lured him into this hall, they had already schemed against him. Once they had a falling out, they would definitely use the ancient spell formation to refine him to death. Unfortunately, they had encountered a human with a holy physique from the Big Dipper. They had no idea how terrifying his cultivation and physical body were. Not to mention this kind of killing spell, no matter how powerful it would be useless. Flames burned and brilliant light danced. Dragon sparrows cried out as they were bathed in the fire, drowning Yi Fan. Komatsu was very afraid and grabbed onto the corner of Yi Fan's clothes. Yi Fan was surrounded by divine light, but he did not care at all. He paced around the hall and knocked around, trying to figure out which era this ancient spell formation was from. The people on the lawn were dumbfounded. He's a powerful being. Someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. What era is this? How could there still be such a powerful person? Didn't they all turn into ashes or leave? They were incomparably shocked. It's over. This is truly a great calamity. We actually provoked this kind of ancestor. He must be someone who survived from the ancient era. Everyone's faces were deathly pale. Yi Fan flicked his finger, and the spell formation was completely destroyed. He calmly walked out without a speck of dust on his body. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. Everyone was trembling. Such a powerful character, to the cultivators of the current era, could almost be called a deity. There weren't many of them in the entire world. Yi Fan walked forward, and these people continuously retreated. It was useless to say anything now. Their cultivation was nothing compared to the person in front of them. Isn't your race a bit too arrogant? In this era, you still want to treat Zhejiang as your territory? How can the common people of Zhejiang endure this? Yi Fan waved his hand, and a clear light fell, stripping away the old woman's cultivation. Her face instantly lost all color. You don't know what's right or wrong, and you want to kill me right away. You should just give up your power and become immortal. This was the strongest ancestor in their race. With just a wave of his hand, he had his cultivation stripped away and reduced to a mortal body. Everyone was terrified and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The old man from the Holy Ji Palace trembled. He bowed and said, "Senior, please forgive us for our ignorance." Yi Fan looked at him. It was this person who first shouted that Zheojiang wasn't a place anyone could come to. He said that he didn't know how high the sky was, and that he wouldn't be able to leave this place. Since you reacted quickly, I'll take away 100 years of your cultivation. A light flashed, and the old man's body swayed. He almost fell to the ground. His expression changed. 100 years of cultivation was taken away. What would be left? I didn't want to start a massacre today. If you had handed over the culprit earlier, we could have talked things out and this wouldn't have happened, Yi Fan said. These people trembled, and no one dared to speak. Such an existence was enough to dominate the world, and it would be difficult to find anyone who could fight against him. It wasn't that Yi Fan didn't want to go too far, so he didn't make things difficult for the others. He used his finger like a knife and cut open the grass. An underground palace appeared below. Purple chi from Mount Lu surged and entered the underground palace. There was an ancient matrix platform in the center. It had lines of patterns carved on it, and it could turn the spiritual chi of the earth into mist, gathering it within a radius of 10 feet. No wonder there are cultivators of the 4 extreme secret realms. Yi Fan nodded. The secret was here. This ancient matrix platform could transform the essence of heaven and earth, allowing the race to cultivate for a long time. Yi Fan thoroughly understood the identity of this race. Their ancestor was a dragon sparrow, established during the Great Xia dynasty. These people had the blood of a demon god flowing in their bodies. Great Xia dragon sparrow. He felt that something was strange. He thought of the legendary Great Xia dragon sparrow blade. Could it be related to this race? Moreover, after asking in detail, he found out that this race was only one of the 4 major branches, and not the main bloodline of the dragon sparrow. As for where the Great Xia dragon sparrow demon god was, they didn't know. What realm is the cultivation of the demon god dragon sparrow? Yi Fan asked about the cultivation of their ancestor. He was already the great sage during the ancient times, the crippled old woman replied. It was actually so powerful. This shocked Yi Fan. It seemed that the main bloodline established by the great sage of the demon race was definitely extraordinary. It was worth searching for and making a trip. Where did he go in the end? Yi Fan asked again. Back then the ancestor fought with Guhong. When Yi Fan heard this, he was truly shocked. Guhong was one of the most outstanding figures in the history of Taoism. He was the leader of Taoism during the Eastern Jin dynasty, and he wrote the book Biopuzi. The Biopuzi that fell into the hands of mortals mentioned the 9 secrets of Lin, Bing, Do, and Xia. He told the people that if they constantly recited these 9 words, they would be able to expel all evil. Chapter 951. Lin, Bing, Do, Xia all advance in groups. All the 9 characters should always be given secret blessings. There is nothing they cannot avoid. To be free from trouble. This is what it means. This passage was recorded in Biopuzi, written by Guhong, the leader of Taoism in the East Jin dynasty. He mentioned the 9 secrets in it, but he did not explain their true meaning. He only told people to recite them to avoid evil. In this day and age, most people did not know about the 9 secrets. They thought it was passed down from Japan. They did not know that it originated from China, and Dongmi made a mistake when copying it. He wrote Lin, Bing, Do, Xia, Jie, Zhen, Lai, Zai, and Qian. The 9 secrets could be found in the ancient book Biopuzi in China. However, many people mistook the 9 characters as true words, which made people feel speechless. Recently, Yi Fan had visited many cultural relics that were not open to the public. He had read many unique books, hoping to find the secret cultivation manual of the embracing simplicity. But he was disappointed. All he had seen were the ones that had been circulated in the mortal world. From the records in Biopuzi, the 9 secrets had existed since ancient times and were not created by Guhong. Unfortunately, he did not understand them in detail, so he did not know their true meaning. Any cultivator who knew about ancient times knew that the 9 characters had a great origin. Few people knew their true meaning, so it was impossible for Gu Hong to say it in Biopuzi. As a great sage, the Xia Dragonfinch could look down on the entire ancient planet. He was still alive in the East Jin dynasty, but he had an earth-shattering battle with Gu Hong and disappeared. Although these people were the descendants of the Xia Dragonfinch, they did not know the result of the battle. They only had 2 guesses. One was that their ancestor was sealed, and the other was that he went to the outer region. Gu Hong could be said to be a genius of his generation in the history of Taoism. A revered little immortal. Since ancient times, how many people could be associated with the word immortal? It was enough to show how amazing he was. His grandfather was a famous Taoist cultivator named Gu Xian. He was the one who led Gu Hong onto the path of Taoism. And from then on, Gu Hong shone brightly in Taoism. In his later years, Gu Hong lived in seclusion at Mount Luofu. Many people went to search for him, but found nothing. His amazing qi cultivation method was never passed down to the world. Yi Fan did not make things difficult for the dragonfinches. He asked many questions and learned many secrets before leaving. He followed the earth vein and entered Mount Lu. From his point of view, the great Xia dragon sparrow's seclusion in Jiujiang was just a stream of dragon aura from the purple dragon vein. There must be an even more terrifying clan on Mount Lu. However, as soon as he arrived, he frowned. The purple dragon had withered and did not have much purple qi. It would die in 100 years. If the world were to continue like this, sooner or later, Earth would become a lawless place. It would become a withered star, and no one would be able to cultivate anymore. Many people came to know Mount Lu from Li Bai's poem. The silver waterfall cascaded down like the Milky Way, hanging in the 9 heavens. It was a spectacular sight. Many people knew Mount Lu because of Li Bai's poem. The silver waterfall fell like the Milky Way, hanging in the 9 heavens. It was a magnificent sight. In this place he did not encounter any races, but he sensed some ancient formations. He sunk into the ground, wanting to see what was going on. As soon as he descended, he was shocked. He actually saw an ancient cave that meandered downwards. It was unknown where it led to, but there were waves of dense killing intent seeping out. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they definitely wouldn't be able to resist it. He was shocked as soon as he came down. He saw an ancient cave that snaked downwards. He did not know where it led to. Waves of murderous intent seeped out. An ordinary cultivator would not be able to withstand it. Although Komatsu was simple, it had reached the Taoist palace secret realm. However, it could not sit still in this place. Its purple hair stood on end. The underground cave was extremely deep, leading straight into an enormous underground palace. In the end, there were forks everywhere, and there were ancient caves everywhere. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to walk very far before getting lost. Moreover, the murderous intent was even stronger. He guessed that even the dragon transformation realm cultivators would not be able to withstand it. Staying here for a long time would harm them. There are no ancient races cultivating on Mount Lu. It's most likely related to this. This is obviously a land of extinction. After a long time, one's cultivation and magic power will be eroded. To ordinary people, it's harmless. Yi Fan went several more miles. The underground palace was even more vast. It was deathly silent. The ground was dry and hard, and the rocks were mottled. It was unknown how many years it had been since someone had come here. Finally, he arrived at the depths of the underground palace. This was the heart of Mount Lu. Here, flames surged and the atmosphere was lifeless. There was a huge sacrificial altar in front of him locked down by iron chains. At this place, the murderous intent had materialized like ringing killing swords. Even sect master level figures could not withstand it and could not approach. Moreover, there were blazing flames pouncing over. It was actually a flame essence that would turn anyone who touched it into ashes. Were it not for the Bodhi seed in Yi Fan's body, he would not have been able to stay here for long even with his divine physique. Komatsu grabbed the corner of Yi Fan's clothes nervously. His large eyes darted about in fear. Yi Fan did not stop. He took a few more steps forward and finally saw what was on the sacrificial altar at the end of the underground palace. His expression changed in an instant. The iron chains made of unknown materials flickered with an ice-cold black light. Even this kind of flame essence could not melt them. A person was chained to the blood-colored sacrificial altar. An ancient aura rushed over as if it had existed for tens of thousands of years. It was unknown whether it was the reflection of the flames or that person's hair was originally like this, but it was as messy as red weeds. There was almost no flesh on his body, only withered bones. Yi Fan's eyes flickered with radiance as he stood there without moving. Just how powerful of a character was this? He was actually trapped here. Just this kind of murderous intent made it impossible for sect masters to approach. Unfortunately, after countless years had passed, it was impossible for this person to still be alive. The flame essence had burned him until he was as thin as a match. Upon closer inspection, his torso and head had already been chopped off. Back then, his enemy seemed to be afraid that he would revive and locked him here. He suffered tens of thousands of years of torture, and was chained to the sacrificial altar to use the flame essence to erase his spirit. Yi Fan did not approach any further. It was not worth it for a dead person because he discovered that there was a killing formation carved on the sacrificial altar. It was most likely a saint-level formation, so there was no need to take the risk. Suddenly, Yi Fan was shocked. When he stood in the air and looked down from above, he saw that there was a stone diagram carved on the sacrificial altar. It was clearly visible. He opened his heavenly eyes and discovered that it was like a corner of a topographic map. The mountains and rivers were extremely complex, and he didn't know what place it was pointing at. What shocked him the most was that this stone diagram had been carved more than 100 years ago. It was incomparable to the age of the iron chains and the sacrificial altar. Yi Fan looked carefully and became increasingly amazed. It was left behind by the person whose torso, limbs, and head had been separated. It was precisely the right arm that was chained and forcefully carved. Just what kind of person is this? At the very least, he has been trapped here since the ancient times and has lived until more than 100 years ago. Yi Fan was convinced that he was already completely dead at this time, and had long since lost the slightest trace of vitality. It was most likely that he had finished carving the stone diagram, and fulfilled his final wish. Back then he was chained here. Could it be that someone wanted to force him to hand over this secret? He carefully memorized the stone diagram, and didn't stay for long. This was a danger zone laid down during the ancient times, so there might be some unknown dangers. A moment later, he arrived on the surface and left. Yi Fan was currently in Zhejiang, located in the Jiangxi province. He wasn't in a hurry to return, and wanted to go to another place in the province, Mount Longhu. Mount Longhu was the ancestral court of the righteous Tao. In the history of Taoism, it had a position and role as a link between the past and the future. However, at this time, Yi Fan's cell phone rang, interrupting his journey. He had no choice but to return to B City. Su Qiong had an uneasy expression on her face. She asked for his help because Yang Xiao was going south to explore the tomb of the Warring States period. Can't you just tell him not to go? I've already said that, but this bookworm is usually very slow. Once he really makes up his mind, even 9 bulls won't be able to pull him back. He said there's no need for him to go deep underground, and only wait outside to verify those relics. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan nodded and told her not to worry. He would go south with this team of archaeologists and make a trip to Jiangling County. It was said that during this period of time, many strange things had happened in that ancient tomb, causing a wave of panic in the local area. The higher-ups had issued a strict order for them to investigate thoroughly this time. They didn't hesitate to use the army to help with the excavation, so they had enough manpower. The Eightling Mountain was formed by 8 mountain ridges. In ancient times, it was called the Dragon Mountain. There were many tombs of kings buried here, and it was said that one could become an undead immortal here. When Yi Fan arrived at this place, he sensed that something was wrong. The 8 dragons coexisted together, as if they were going to soar into the sky and pull the tomb into the 9 heavens. The ancients had indeed chosen this place for a reason. The Eightling Mountain was majestic and serene. The pine trees rustled, and the clouds were verdant. The mountain was extraordinary. Although it wasn't tall, there was the chi of soaring dragons rising from it. Yi Fan carefully observed and discovered that this tomb was very strange. The terrain was like a Taoist sleeping soundly, about to ascend to immortality. The 8 dragons were the guide, pulling him to ascend to immortality. The tomb had already been excavated, and large amounts of soil and stones were excavated. They piled up into a small mountain in the distance, and the surroundings were lush with ancient trees that reached into the sky. Just as Yang Xiao had said, there was enough manpower, and they were all equipped with modern tools. Cart after cart of soil was carried away. This ancient tomb had caused a bad influence in the local area, and it had to be resolved as soon as possible. Apart from a few excavators and archaeologists, there really was an army. They were armed and on guard, quietly waiting for the ancient tomb to be completely excavated. Not good, it's the same as last time. Another person died mysteriously. Someone was frightened. The entrance to the tomb was pitch black and led straight underground. It was like a bottomless abyss. Stretchers were sent down, and soon, a few black corpses were brought up. Seeing this, Yi Fan sighed. He had come a step too late and couldn't stop them or save them. They found a pair of giant stone doors underground, but they couldn't open it no matter what. A few people even died, and in the end, the army went down. Boom. A loud sound rang out as the pair of stone doors were forcefully blasted open by explosives. Instantly, an extremely cold and gloomy aura rushed up, causing everyone to involuntarily retreat. Yi Fan secretly made a move and used his magic power to stop that aura. Waves of indescribable sounds came from underground. All of the archaeologists retreated, feeling waves of fear. Not long after, celestial music rang out. It seemed to come from the underworld, making everyone feel that it was unimaginable. At this moment, an old Taoist and a few others took advantage of the chaos to sink underground and enter the tomb. The Tomb of the Warring States is related to ancient Qi practitioners. Yi Fan flashed in and saw a stone door that had been blasted open. On top of it, the words Longevity Immortal Manor were actually carved. It was a large seal from before the Qin dynasty. Chapter 952. The Qin unified the 6 states and also unified the written language. The written language of the 6 states was almost extinct. What was seen here was a large seal script that looked like the Oracle Bone script. Yi Fan didn't stop and strode in. He saw many people enter before him, not because he was afraid of their strength, but because he was afraid that they would act rashly and destroy something valuable. Clang! A ray of sword light was particularly dazzling in the darkness of the tomb, lighting up a large part of the void. It pierced towards Yi Fan like a rainbow. Someone was trying to kill him. It was the same everywhere. Where there were people, there would be Jianghu. The cultivators who entered the tomb were naturally here for arts and divine weapons. Everyone was a competitor. Clang! Yi Fan flicked his finger, and a sharp sword like autumn water was shattered into dozens of pieces, falling to the ground like a pile of sparkling glass. He waved his hand, and a figure in front of him was sent flying. His bones were all broken, and his flesh was a bloody mess as he fell onto the tomb wall. Yi Fan didn't stop. He had even killed a Dao-severing king before, so he wouldn't care about the life and death of a life-spring cultivator. His intuition told him that this tomb was not ordinary. Celestial music sounded, not from the 9 heavens, but from the depths of the earth. It was like the 9 Nether Soul song, shocking the soul. After a while, a white jade staircase appeared, leading to the depths of the underground palace. Mortals couldn't afford to use this kind of material. Who would use jade to pave the road? Every piece would fetch a sky-high price in an auction, but here, there was a large amount of it leading to the underground. The people who went down earlier were all impatient, wanting to enter the main point. Now that they could confirm that this was a burial ground for Qi practitioners, they all wanted to get their hands on the pre-Qin weapons. The pre-Qin referred to the mysterious period before the Qin dynasty, including the Warring States period, Spring and Autumn period, Yinshang period, and Western Zhou period. Clang, clang. The sound of swords rang out as a stone wall blocked the way. It was filled with sword marks and clanging sounds, as if there were peerless masters fighting with their swords. Sword sharpening stone. Yi Fan was astonished. He had heard that this was a stone used by peak experts to sharpen their swords. Even after tens of thousands of years had passed, sword cries could still be heard. It was because this stone was infused with their sword intent. For many people, This was a rare treasure. There were 4 people standing by the grindstone, as if they were comprehending something. When Yi Fan walked over, he found that they were all bleeding from their mouths and noses, their 7 apertures cracked, and they had died a violent death. These people were all celestial bridge realm cultivators, and none of them had broken through to the second secret realm of the human body. They couldn't even withstand the sound of the ancient sword whetstone and died here. This was the sorrow of the cultivationless age. If one could cultivate now, then even if one's natural talent was extraordinary, they couldn't even stop a grindstone from the ancients. It truly made one sigh with regret. Yi Fan thought for a while and used his fingers like a sword to dig out the stone. He sealed it and threw it to Komatsu. It put away the bell made from Daluo silver essence, and the small stone Buddha to be studied in the future. The sound of celestial music was melodious and clearer. When it entered one's ears, it would cleanse one's soul. It would make one's soul tremble and feel comfortable at the same time. Yi Fan walked down the stairs and stepped on the white jade stairs. He felt a kind of coldness. This kind of jade stone was a little special, and contained a trace of extreme qi. He came to protect Yang Xiao this time, so he naturally had to eliminate all dangers. He operated the lunar scripture, and refined the wisps of coldness. Not long after, he entered a vast underground palace, and felt a cold wind blowing against his face. As soon as he raised his head, he saw a creature flapping its demonic wings and swooping down to grab the top of his head. Pfft! Yi Fan pointed with his finger, and a sword wave blasted out. Blood splashed and the creature was slashed into a bloody mist on the spot. It was actually a bat over 2 meters long and looked like a demon. What a big bat. This underground world is sealed. How did it survive? Could it be that there is another exit to the outside world? Yi Fan didn't care. There was no need to think about such trivial matters. He walked forward a few meters and found 2 corpses with blood all over the ground. Their skulls were opened, and they died a miserable death. They had been killed not long ago. A large tomb from ancient times without any special mechanisms had already taken the lives of 6 cultivators of later generations. Their deaths were not worth it. Yi Fan walked to the end of this underground palace, and white jade stairs appeared again. They continued to go deeper underground as if they were approaching the legendary cave residence step by step. The project was huge. During this process he sent out sword ripples several times, killing dozens of bats. They were all 2 to 3 meters long, and their bodies were terrifying. They looked like monsters, but they were all burned to ashes after they died. Otherwise, the archaeologists would definitely be in chaos when they came down. Yi Fan went even deeper. Immortal music was playing in this place. There was a row of chimes in front of him. They were all ringing on their own without anyone striking them. He spread out his palm and released strands of multicolored light. They flew towards these chimes and fixed them in place. They no longer made any sound. These chimes were extremely ancient, but they were well preserved without the slightest damage. Yi Fan carefully examined them, and found that these were things tempered by cultivators over and over again. However, there were no Dao marks inside and only something similar to essence, energy and spirit. It could be assumed that the tomb master loved musical instruments back then. The chimes were unconsciously produced by his imprint after the tomb saw the light of day again. At this moment, after Yi Fan fixed these chimes in place, the imprint no longer existed and finally dispersed. Because this wasn't a magical artifact, its will couldn't exist forever. He continued forward and walked inside. Suddenly he felt a dense killing intent. There were streaks of sword radiance that hacked out like waterfalls. Golden, scarlet, purple and blue flying swords tore through the air. Unparalleled killing intent. Before he even got close, Yi Fan's body was already covered in a layer of goosebumps. This was an extremely powerful flying sword. Even he couldn't withstand it. Whose tomb is this? It must have been left behind by an ancient saint. One of the scarlet swords was the brightest. It was only the size of a palm, and it flew around in the underworld, dancing nonstop. Other purple, blue, and gold flying swords followed, tearing through the air. No, it's not a real flying sword. It's just a kind of sword will. It's so powerful, so terrifying. Yi Fan exclaimed. If the ancient saint's weapon was flying here, he probably wouldn't be able to get close. This kind of sword will alone was extremely frightening. It made one's body feel like it could split the sky. There were 3 cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace, lying on the ground. There wasn't a single wound on their bodies. They hadn't been cut by the flying swords, but the sword will had penetrated their bodies and killed them. The cultivators who came in were the furthest they could go, and all of them were dead. Yi Fan sighed softly. These people could be considered experts in the world, but they died in such a worthless way. They probably didn't even know how they were injured. The tomb of an ancient saint wasn't a place ordinary people could enter. As long as they had a hint of killing intent, it would be enough to kill any top expert in the world. This was a stone room for practicing swords. There were 7 scabbards the length of a palm hanging on the wall. The workmanship wasn't exquisite, and they were just simple beast skins. They were so tattered that they were about to turn to dust. From this layout, the ancient saint was very simple. He didn't leave any traps. Other than the Tai Yin Chi that leaked out of the stone door, there was no danger at all. Where are the 7 divine swords? Yi Fan searched. He activated his cultivation, wanting to take the 7 scabbards. But with a slight movement, the 7 beast skin scabbards all turned to dust. It wasn't because they had been here for too long, but because there was a kind of sword will within them. These materials couldn't withstand it. After the scabbards were destroyed, the 7 streaks of sword light that were slashing through the stone room also disappeared. They were annihilated in the void, and the endless killing intent disappeared. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. It was a pity that these 7 scabbards had self-destructed. Otherwise, they would be priceless treasures. Through the terrifying sword will contained within, he could most likely restore the Tomb Master's supreme sword control technique. He thought about it and felt relieved. He had obtained quite a lot of scriptures. When he was on Mars, the ancient saint said that it wasn't good to continue like this, and that there might be a great disaster. Walking past this stone room, he entered a place of raging flames. A sea of flames blocked his way, and the temperature was frighteningly high. It was actually the essence fire of the sun. Through the flames, he could see that there was a coffin wrapped around by an ancient vine. It was buried in the deepest part of the tomb, and it made this place flourish with brilliance. Cremation coffin. The legendary cremation coffins were all people with great origins. Ordinary people didn't have the ability to set them up, because they needed the essence of the sun and a fire vine raised from the essence blood of a saint. That ancient vine seemed to be thousands of years old. Its roots were like a horned dragon, and its leaves were pure gold, glistening and incomparably resplendent in the flames. It took root in the essence fire of the sun, and absorbed the essence fire's nutrients to grow. It could be called a dreamlike spiritual vine, and it was a treasure used to forge weapons. The seeds of the fire vine were extremely rare, especially those that could take root in the essence fire of the sun. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, and they were the favorites of the ancient saints. Why did they choose this kind of cremation? There were many legends. The most accurate explanation was that the saint knew that he was about to die, so he used the fire vine's extreme yang essence to hang on to the last strand of yang energy in his body, waiting for his resurrection. That was why the cremation coffin was so extraordinary. A piece of essence fire of the sun, a fire vine, a coffin, and an ancient saint. Yi Fan was extremely shocked. He had actually seen such a thing. Could it be that this ancient saint could be resurrected? Could it be that he was a stunning character who left his name in history? Komatsu was very nervous. The purple fur on his body flickered, and a pair of black gem-like eyes blinked gently. He obediently followed Yi Fan, and didn't dare to go forward. This ancient saint didn't set up a trap to kill intruders in the tomb, so he must be very kind. There shouldn't be too much danger here. Yi Fan cultivated the sun scripture, so he wasn't afraid of the sun's true flames. He entered the blazing flames and circled around the coffin to carefully examine it. This kind of flame was extremely terrifying. Under normal circumstances, even a Dao Severing King wouldn't be able to approach it. Touching it would inevitably turn them into ashes. The flames were terrifying. The fire vine was thick and strong, and each leaf made a sonorous sound upon contact. It seemed to be forged from phoenix blood and gold. The thick, dragon-like vines wrapped around the ancient coffin and lifted it into the air. The coffin carried death, and it was originally an inauspicious thing. However, this place was accompanied by the golden fire vine, and it was full of vitality. Yi Fan silently sensed it, and then he sighed softly. The person in the coffin had died. He couldn't use the yang flame essence to support the last strand of yang energy, so he didn't revive. Then he noticed a tablet beside the coffin. It was actually forged from bronze, and it was extremely heavy and sturdy. There were a few ancient characters on it, and they were Zhongding characters. After Yi Fan returned, he had always been enriching himself. He read Huangting Nanhua, and entered various great libraries. He read unique books, consulted authorities, and learned various ancient characters such as oracle bones. He recognized some of the ancient characters on it. At this moment, his heart was greatly shaken, and heaven-overflowing waves surged. This was indeed an outstanding and famous character from the ancient times. Qi Songzi was recorded in the Taoist scripture. It was recorded in the legends of immortals, and it was said that he was an ancient immortal. Moreover, there were also records in other ancient texts. The Huainanzi was the earliest, and there were traces of it that could be examined. The origin of this ancient tomb could only be described as terrifying. Yi Fan was incomparably shaken. Through the heavenly eye, he saw an extraordinary thing inside the coffin. Chapter 953. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eye and could clearly see that there was something inside the coffin. There were some Tao patterns fluctuating within. It was an old jade box with an extremely ancient appearance. It lacked luster, but it was still stored inside the precious and heavy coffin. He was greatly moved. Qi Songzi's origins were too great. He was revered as an immortal by the Taoists, so how could the things he left behind be ordinary? Qi Songzi, exhaling and breathing, expelling the old and taking in the new, losing the form and losing the wisdom, embracing the plain and reversing the true, traveling through the profound, ascending to the heavens. This was a passage recorded in the Huainanzi. It described Qi Songzi's miraculousness, and that he was an ancient immortal. Qi Songzi, the rain master of Shinnong. Using the water jade to teach Shinnong, he could enter the fire and burn himself. This passage came from the legends of immortals. It was said that he was someone from Shinnong's era. Before Shinnong achieved the Tao, he had even taught him techniques. It could be said that he was one of the most famous cultivators of the ancient era. What kind of person was Shinnong? Yi Fan had already stepped onto the path of cultivation. He had reason to believe that he was definitely one of the most powerful individuals in ancient China. Qi Songzi was from the same era, and had passed on his techniques. His status was extremely high and left others shaken. Moreover, there was another one. In the ancient era, before the Yellow Emperor achieved the Tao, he had also asked for guidance. It was recorded in Qi Songzi's admonition scripture. It was an extremely long conversation that involved many issues. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Qi Songzi was the most famous cultivator of the ancient era. His status and cultivation were terrifyingly high, and no one could fathom his depths. The ancient era was too distant, and no one could say for sure how long it was. However, the people of the present world speculated that 4,000 years had passed since the Yellow Emperor's era. Some people discovered that there were many periods of time that had been destroyed, or that there was a vacuum, making it difficult to deduce the true date. It was precisely this kind of person whose name shook the ancient era, and was revered as an ancient immortal by the Taoists. Now he saw his coffin here. So how could Yi Fan not be shocked? Komatsu was extremely curious. When Yi Fan dissolved the surrounding extreme yang flame essence, it also moved forward and touched the ancient vine. It then touched the bronze tablet, causing chong-chong sounds to ring out. How to open the coffin? This was a headache. They couldn't destroy the fire vine, right? That would be too disrespectful to the deceased. He did not want to do anything outrageous to the most famous cultivator of ancient times. He did not want to destroy the coffin, but he definitely had to take out the jade box. The fiery vine's entire body shone brightly like scarlet multicolored clouds. Every single leaf was like blood-colored divine gold, releasing clanging sounds with a light touch. Moreover, it was incomparably sharp, able to cut through fine iron. Its trunk was as thick as a water bucket. It was like a blood-colored true dragon lying dormant, bold and powerful. It coiled around 49 times, one of which firmly wrapped around the coffin and lifted it into the air. Yi Fan tried a few times, but even with his godly strength, he couldn't move the ancient coffin down unless he used the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist to shatter this ancient vine. This was a spiritual plant nurtured with a saint's blood essence. Whether or not it could be destroyed was another matter. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a divine material for refining tools. Komatsu's entire body flowed with purple light. It pulled the corner of Yi Fan's clothes and blinked its big eyes. It pointed at the base of the bronze tablet. It was buried underground, and there were actually words under the stone. The purple little thing was very careful. It dug up the stone and found those scribbled words that were between the Oracle Bone script and the Bell Cauldron script. Yi Fan rejoiced that he was respectful and didn't act rashly. The records under the bronze tablet described the method of opening the coffin. It clearly stated that if one used force, the spiritual vine could even kill a half-saint. The fire vine planted by Chi Songzi himself had a powerful spirituality. It had been soaked in his blood and was a coffin guard spirit. It needed to be fed with powerful blood essence before it would lower the coffin. Yi Fan carefully read and found that there was a condition that the fire vine couldn't be fed with the blood of a Dao-severing king. Otherwise, the blood wouldn't have enough spirituality and would be useless. He cut his finger. As a human's sacred body, his blood was golden, even more so than those of a Dao-severing king. There was no problem with its spirituality. The golden blood dripped onto the fire vine, and the scarlet misty leaves made a soft sound. The branches actually stretched out, and the coffin slowly fell to the ground. Yi Fan was very excited. This was an ancient immortal with a shocking origin. What kind of jade box would he leave behind? Could it be the secret of immortality or the opportunity to become an immortal? He carefully opened the coffin lid, and a mysterious Dao pattern rippled out, revealing the scene inside. He looked inside, and Komatsu also jumped up to take a look. Yi Fan let out a sigh. It was impossible for Chi Songzi to come back to life. He had already passed away and left a human-shaped imprint at the bottom of the coffin. His flesh and bones had completely melted away. Even ancient immortals have to die. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Were there really people who could live forever? The ancient immortals of the Taoist venerables all had their lifespans come to an end and couldn't coexist with the world. After passing away, waves of Dao ripples spread out. He was shocked. He knew Chi Songzi's cultivation. He should be a great sage. In that case, he wasn't a true immortal, but one of the most powerful humans in human history. Yi Fan frowned. It seemed that the ancient immortals mentioned by Taoism were only an achievement, and not a true immortal. They were still in the category of humans, just that their cultivation was profound. Are there really immortals in this world? Is immortality an illusory goal that can never be achieved? Yi Fan let out a long sigh. The great sage of the human race had to die, and the ancient emperors had to ascend to heaven. Until now, not a single person had survived. There was no real example of someone becoming an immortal. Immortals were only legends. Everything was fabricated and guessed by later generations. There was no proof at all. The more one understood the truth, the more helpless they felt. Chi Songzi was the best example. He was the most famous immortal of the ancient times. His true identity was the great sage of the human race, but he still passed away here. Beside the human-shaped imprint, there were 7 palm-sized ancient swords that had already turned to dust. They had been cleansed along with Chi Songzi, leaving not a single fragment behind. Yi Fan knew that those were definitely divine weapons. The 7 flying swords flickered with scarlet, purple, gold and blue lights. In the stone room where he was training, just by looking at the sword light imprinted on them, one could tell that they were all divine grade. It's really a pity. These 7 weapons were all made by the great sage of the human race, but they have all followed him. He was incomparably regretful. At the same time, he remembered that Chi Songzi was born in Sichuan and used flying swords as his weapons. There were many legendary swordsmen of Mount Shu in later generations. Could it be that they were of the same origin? Yi Fan took out the only item in the coffin, the jade box. He solemnly took it out. Even Chi Songzi treasured it so much. Even though he had passed away, he did not want to destroy it. This was enough to show how mysterious and precious it was. He bowed to the coffin and pushed the coffin lid back to its original position. The fire vine immediately wrapped around the coffin and lifted it into the air again. The archaeologists can't do anything about this place. With the flame essence of extreme yang here, mortals can't get close, and I definitely can't give this coffin to them for research. A spirit vine growing vigorously in the flame essence was too mysterious. It was impossible for modern people to understand. If it was not hidden, there would be many troubles in this place. Yi Fan thought for a moment, and used his great magical power to carve out the entire area. He then fiercely pressed it down into the depths of the earth, going 1,000 zhang deep. In the end, he used earth and stone to seal this place. He opened a new tomb in the original place, and used his cultivation to leave traces of the passage of time. He walked around the underground palace again and destroyed all the dangers that could harm mortals. Then, he left and returned to the surface. In the end, the armed army left. Because there were no more dangers underground, the archaeologists smoothly went deeper and let out gasps of surprise. The jade artifacts, chimes, and stone carvings were all magnificent and priceless works of art. They were enough to cause a stir in the archaeology world. Yang Xiao and the others were completely immersed. They did not know that a dazzling world that involved ancient secrets had been sealed by Yi Fan. At this time, he stood under an ancient tree on Mount Eightling, and carefully opened the jade box. There was only a piece of bone inside. It was inconspicuous and gloomy. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. It was just a piece of bone, and did not seem special at first glance. However, this was something that Qi Songzi seriously collected. He was a great and famous individual, someone who had to be mentioned when talking about cultivation in the ancient times. This piece of bone was exceptionally heavy. When he lightly flicked it, Kung Chong sounds rang out and waves of metallic sounds rang out. It was unknown what kind of creature this bone was from, but it was so hard that even when Yi Fan forcefully pinched it a few times, it still didn't break. He opened his heavenly eye and discovered 4 ancient characters. They immediately left him shaken. It was actually a mortal ascension opportunity. Yi Fan was almost possessed by the word immortal. It was because the more he understood, the more disappointed he became. He couldn't see any proof, and even Qi Songzi died. However, Qi Songzi's relic was a piece of bone. The 4 characters seemed to possess a type of magical power. This was something he protected even in death. When Yi Fan opened his heavenly eye, he continuously moved the bone piece towards the sunlight. The light from different directions illuminated different patterns. He held his breath and carefully observed it. Afterward, he carefully compared them and carved out a diagram on the ground. There were mountains, great rivers, and ravines. The terrain was very complex. This was a topographic map. Yi Fan was shaken and revealed an expression of disbelief. He quickly drew the stone carvings he had seen in the underground palace of Mount Lu on the ground. He was immediately stunned after comparing the two. These 2 diagrams each had a corner that could be linked together to form a whole to describe a place. In the underground palace of Mount Lu, there was definitely an ancient saint who had been imprisoned there and tortured for countless years. Even his torso had been chopped off. Yet he stubbornly lived on. Only 100 years ago did he carve the stone diagram and take his last breath. Yi Fan had reason to make a few conjectures. The person who took action was most likely trying to interrogate him about the stone diagram, but he didn't obtain it. Perhaps the person who had been chained to the altar 100 years ago had a premonition that the world had changed greatly, and everything from ancient times had turned to ashes. That was why he left behind the stone carvings, unwilling to let the secrets disappear from the world. To imprison an ancient saint and force him to hand over the secret diagram. Just how powerful did one have to be to accomplish such a thing? The goal was naturally shocking, and one didn't even need to think to know that it was of great importance. And now, the word's opportunity to become an immortal explained everything. Needless to say, even the great ancient emperors would be shaken upon seeing it. The corners are connected, making this diagram twice as large. It's obvious that it's still an incomplete topography. Just where does it lead to? Qi Songzi and the unknown ancient saint each held a piece of the diagram, and used their lives to protect it. They carried it with them even in death, which was enough to show how valuable it was. Chapter 954. Yi Fan stood on the 8-ridge mountain and looked around. He sighed in his heart. This was worthy of being the ancient dragon mountain of China. Even the ancient Qisongzi was buried here. The 8 mountain ridges stretched across the land. Dragons danced in the air, as if they were about to leap into the 9 heavens. It was majestic and mysterious. He took one last look and left. Not long after, he returned to his home in B City. His parents had passed away. After calming his heart, he realized that there were not many things he wanted to pursue in this life. He calmed his heart and pondered. Cultivation became his only goal. In the past, achieving the Tao and becoming an immortal was not his path. He buried his head in cultivation just to come back and cross the starry sky. Now that his parents were gone, all his efforts were for naught. Yi Fan began to think about where he should go. In the end, he calmed his heart. Achieving the Tao was the only choice. At this stage, there were no other things he wanted to pursue in this life. Since ancient times, no one could say for sure whether immortals existed or not. Longevity was also very vague. To this day there was no proof of it. The ancient emperors were all dead. But now this had become his goal. From now on, I will follow in the footsteps of the ancients. I will dig out the ancient secrets and pave the way to the present. Achieving the Tao and becoming an immortal is the ultimate goal of this life. He was not a saint who cared about the world, nor did he want to be an ambitious and ruthless person who ruled over all. He was just a person of flesh and blood. He had no ambition to purify the world and had also lost it. He only wanted to walk his own path and pursue his own goal. It might be vague, unattainable, or even non-existent, but he only wanted to walk down it step by step. This was not decadence, nor was it self-exile. Today, he was only testing himself. If someone stood in his way, he could be either a god or a demon. Everything was in accordance with his heart at this moment. Yi Fan read Nanhua, Yin Talisman, Wenshi, and Dongxian. There were no cultivation methods among them. These books were spread throughout the world, but they allowed him to see different thoughts of the predecessors. At this stage, he was about to cut down the Tao. He had already taken one step in. What he needed was not a specific method, but a kind of enlightenment in the realm. These Tao books were spread throughout the world, all mortals able to read them. There were no detailed methods, but there was a general direction. They could be considered Tao treasures. Perhaps this was also a type of inheritance. Yi Fan calmed his heart and began to study them. From time to time, he would feel deeply moved, experiencing the breadth and profoundness of the scriptures. Many ancient cultivation scriptures could no longer be seen, but their true meanings were still being passed down, contained within these scrolls. During this period of time, Yi Fan also began to seriously teach Komatsu. He did not increase its cultivation level, but even suppressed it. Every step it took was very stable, and its foundation was very solid. The little purple thing was afraid of lightning. It seemed to be born with it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss and almost been killed. In order to help it overcome this fear, Yi Fan was very strict with it. He purposely brought it to an isolated island and personally preached to it. Originally, the sky was clear and flawless, without a single cloud. But in the next quarter of an hour, the boundless ocean surged, waves overflowing into the heavens, dark clouds rolling over. Yi Fan guided over tens of thousands of streaks of lightning, using his own body to prove the method. He entered the lightning to resist this terrifying disaster. He didn't need to do this. If he really wanted to guide over a sea of lightning, he could clear out the sky and send down lightning. However, he was afraid of drawing the attention of others and provoking unnecessary trouble. As a result, he brought over a black walk-like cloud layer. Honglong. Lightning flashed and thunder rolled. Heavy rain poured down. The scene was extremely terrifying. Yi Fan bathed in lightning. All of the silver snakes interweaved on his body. Komatsu watched in horror from the distance. However, not long after, it was captured by Yi Fan into the sea of lightning. Its true body resisted the silver snakes. For it, this was a type of torment. The fear was greater than the physical injuries. It wailed mournfully, continuously calling out to Yi Fan. However, this time, it didn't receive protection and could only face it alone. This was a terrifying mental journey. Once, twice, dozens, hundreds of times. Komatsu was struck until its flesh was lacerated, fainting many times. It was terrified, but each time, Yifan would calmly tell it that this was nothing, telling it to get up. After being baptized by lightning tribulation, it went from fear to numbness. In order to avoid being injured, it had no choice but to start resisting, struggling in the lightning, using its cultivation to resist. It slowly changed. In the end, it was no longer afraid, gradually calming down. It could finally calmly face the lightning tribulation, completing a transformation of its mental path. What our bloodline fears the least is heavenly tribulation. There is no need to fear it. You will encounter it in the future. Each time, it will be a good chance to refine your body. Yifan used the golden holy blood to baptize its flesh and bones, causing its constitution to undergo great changes. As for cultivation, it didn't help at all. This time the tempering ended. Komatsu finally let out a sigh of relief, looking at him pitifully. Yifan rubbed its head, bringing it back to be city. Now that he returned to this world, he naturally wouldn't forget the matter of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Everything started on Mount Tai. He wanted to get to the bottom of it. He wanted to carefully examine the 5 colored altars of various sizes. However, he heard from Su Qiong that this matter caused a great sensation back then. Who knew how many troops were mobilized, sealing off Mount Tai for more than a year? No one was allowed to approach. At that time, all parties exerted pressure, many foreign organizations requesting to enter Mount Tai to investigate together. Moreover, it was said that dozens of elders from the Muslims came, and the Roman Pope even personally came from the East, bringing a large group of people. Back then, even though many people claimed to have seen the 9 dragons pulling the coffin on Mount Tai, there wasn't a single related report. Even the foreign media, which was known for their freedom of speech, didn't mention a word about it. The people were in an uproar, but the big and small news stations and media didn't mention a word about it, completely ignoring it. After a long time, no one paid attention to it. Su Qiong knew a little more because of his relationship with Yang Xiao. Many things were dug up on Mount Tai, and many people died for unknown reasons. Those things were all collected by the country, but it was less than half of the total unearthed. Yang Xiao was still very young back then. He had just graduated a few years ago, and he had only come into contact with the periphery. What happened more than 20 years ago couldn't be examined now, as it was listed as a national secret. It was said that a large number of troops were mobilized back then, but half of the cultural relics were still lost despite being heavily armed and sealed off. Many things were unearthed, but they were robbed. What happened back then was really strange. Even an atheist like Yang Xiao was shocked when he talked about the past. At that time, he didn't have the qualifications to climb Mount Tai, and he didn't even know what happened there. His mentor back then was an authority in archaeology, and he experienced everything personally. My teacher said that what he saw back then was strange and dazzling, as if all the ghosts and gods in the legends had appeared. Unfortunately, the old professor had passed away many years ago, and the real situation couldn't be verified and understood from him personally. The old professor only mentioned one thing. At that time, he saw a man with gray wings flying from the west and landing on Mount Tai, almost ignoring the existence of the army. At that time, the archaeology world suffered heavy losses. At that time, a batch of extremely important things were unearthed, including the cornerstone inscribed with the mysterious tomes of arcane at the center of the main altar. If it wasn't for an old Taoist from one of the ancestral halls of Taoism who had difficulty even walking, there wouldn't be much left of the things unearthed on Mount Tai. It was lucky to be able to preserve nearly half of the things. These things are of great use to me, and I have to recover them in the future. It seems that I have something to do again, Yifan said to himself. He wanted to ask who the old Taoist was, and where he was now. Yang Xiao shook his head. He didn't know much about these things, but he knew that the old Taoist seemed to be dying at that time, and he passed away not long after guarding Mount Tai. In the end, he said with a strange expression, "Back then, my teacher said that some medical research institutions tried to prolong the old Taoist's life, but they failed. Unexpectedly, they found out that he might have lived for more than 2 years." Upon hearing this, Yifan's expression suddenly changed. A 2,000-year-old man, was definitely a master. Perhaps he was a famous figure in the history of Taoism, who lived until the Dharma ending period, which was shocking. Nowadays, Taoism had a few ancestral halls. Mount Longhu in Jiangxi was one of them, and the Baiyun Temple in B City was also one of them, which had a great reputation in history. Yi Fan was no stranger to the Baiyun Temple. Although there were still Taoists there, it had become a famous scenic spot, and he didn't believe that there were still cultivators there. He had the supernatural power of shrinking the ground into an inch, and as soon as he used the Xing formula, he arrived at the ancestral hall of Taoism. As soon as he approached, he shook his head. It was in the bustling city, and the world of mortals was blowing in his face. How could there be cultivators? He used his powerful divine sense to scan every inch of the land, and he was startled. Under the Baiyun Temple, there were traces of purple dragon qi, which was connected to the veins of the earth. Unfortunately, it was too thin, and there was no one with cultivation here. It seemed that the people of this line had already gone far away, leaving only mortal disciples and the temple. In the past, it wasn't without reason that this place was the ancestral hall of Taoism. As the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties, there were dragon veins underground, and this place was nourished by earth spirits, which could help in cultivation. But now the world was dry, and spiritual energy was scarce. Traces of earth spirits were not enough to resist the surging qi of the mortal world, so how could they talk about cultivation? What cultivation? They could only be abandoned. Yi Fan went south and he walked on foot. He went in and out of famous mountains and great rivers. He wanted to understand the current situation of cultivators, but unfortunately, he didn't come across any. In the end, he climbed Mount Tai again, and once again came to this place. That year, the 9 dragons carrying the coffin set sail from here. The greatest mountain was here, and the greatest history was here. Mount Tai was majestic and majestic. In ancient times, it was regarded as the place where the sun was born and all living things grew. This could be traced back to the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Yi Fan climbed to the peak, and he looked down on all the mountains. He was filled with endless emotions at this place. More than 20 years had passed, and he was the only one who came back alive. He stood at the place where the bronze coffin used to be and sensed it silently. Then he waved his hand and captured half a piece of jade from the ground. Other than that, there was nothing else. The country had dug it thoroughly, and nothing was left. Suddenly he heard a whisper. If it wasn't for the cultivator's divine sense, he wouldn't have heard it at all. In the distance, there were a few young people with extraordinary appearances discussing. They were different from ordinary people, and they had an otherworldly temperament. The scaled race actually produced a heavenly demon. In this age of chaos, I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. It's unbelievable. Perhaps the scaled race can really prosper. Who knows, they might produce a character comparable to the ancient sect masters. After all, every sect has left behind ancient treasures and pills, and they spent a lot of effort to nurture them. It's hard to say if they won't shine. Yi Fan listened attentively, and his heart skipped a beat. He had finally found the current sect. These people had extraordinary origins, and they were all disciples of the main Taoist sections. They belonged to the Shangqing sect and the Lingbao Palace. So what if it's the age of chaos? Have you guys forgotten? More than 20 years ago, on this very mountain, there were many battles between great mediums. There are still people like this. Oh right, you guys have heard that not long ago, a great medium appeared in Zhejiang and taught a lesson to the people of the Great Xia Dragonfinch branch. These people came to pay homage to the historical site. Yi Fan listened attentively and actually learned a lot from them. Back in the ancient times, Mount Tai was so majestic that it could be compared to the peaks of Kunlun. But now everything has changed. Let's not talk about this. We should work hard on our cultivation. The Cultivator Conference is about to begin, and we can't miss it. It's said that great mediums might descend, and there might even be people from Kunlun. Chapter 955. The greatest mountain was here, and the greatest history was here. This was Mount Tai. In the ancient times, it did not look like this. It was tens of thousands of meters tall. And the saying that climbing Mount Tai was a small world was not a lie. On top of the mountain, there was a stone tablet on Duomo Cliff. This mountain itself was a piece of history, and the secrets and events of the past were like a history book. Unfortunately, everything had changed. Yi Fan listened attentively and learned a lot. He had visited many libraries and read many unique books in order to understand the ancient times, but unfortunately, he did not touch upon the world of cultivation. Hearing the young people's narration, he nodded to himself and understood some of the situation. At the very least, he was about to enter another world and transcend the mortal world. The so-called cultivator assembly was of a large scale. Seeing how these people cared so much, they all wanted to make a name for themselves and enter the secret grounds of the prime clear and numinous treasure sects. Yi Fan was speechless. Although these people were Taoist disciples and could be considered outstanding, they were still far from the core. The world of cultivation had its own rules, and no matter where one was, there would be ranks. Whether it was the Shangqing sect or the Lingbao sect, they both had their own secret places. Mortals could not approach them, and only the core members could enter. Needless to say, now that the world was dried up, that place must be a paradise that could speed up cultivation. These four had opened the sea of bitterness, and their talents were extraordinary. They were not far from the Life Spring realm, and were disciples of the orthodox sections. According to their whispered discussion just now, being recognized as a core disciple was the key, and there were many advantages. Let's go. Although traveling through the famous mountains and great rivers can cultivate one's state of mind, we still have to cultivate. The group walked down Mount Tai together. Dao brothers, please wait. Yi Fan rushed over from behind and greeted them with a smile. He wanted to travel together. These people were naturally surprised and looked at him strangely. Yi Fan claimed to be a wandering cultivator with limited inheritance. He did not know much about the current world of cultivation, so he wanted to travel with them and learn from them. They were naturally a bit conflicted and unwilling to have a stranger join them. At this time, another person came up the mountain and apologized after seeing them, saying that he had matters to attend to at home and was late. None of them were happy. They wanted to go into secluded meditation to cultivate, so they told the person who had come that Yi Fan was a rogue cultivator, just like him, and that they could take him for a walk. With that, they hurried down the mountain. Yi Fan rubbed his chin. He didn't think that he would be so unpopular. Those four people didn't want to have anything to do with him at all. But that was also true. His background was unclear, and they wanted to cultivate bitterly, so they naturally didn't want to bother with him. The person who came later was called Guozhen. He lived in Taiyan, at the foot of Mount Tai. He was also an itinerant cultivator. He was very friendly and had many things in common with Yi Fan. Yi Fan felt that this person was not bad. He was honest and spoke his mind. He was not pretentious and had a natural disposition. The two of them descended the mountain together, chatting as they walked. Guozhen said, "Brother Yi is also an itinerant cultivator. Then we really are fated to meet. I also unintentionally embarked on this path." He didn't join any sect, but he had a grandfather who loved to read ancient books, which led him to embark on the path of cultivation. When the four olds were broken, all kinds of strange powers and gods were defeated. Back then his grandfather was still young. In that era he saw many ancient books copied from various families gathered in one place and destroyed, so he secretly hid a few of the most ancient ones. "You embarked on this path by reading those ancient books?" Yi Fan asked with a smile. This was really a bit dramatic. "I read them as if they were supernatural novels. I felt that they were all very reasonable. After reading them for many years, I felt that they made sense. There was one time when I was half asleep, and I really saw the sea of bitterness in my body." Guozhen's path of cultivation could be said to be really uneventful. He accidentally saw the first secret realm of the human body, and after that, he tried 100 times and saw it again when he was awake. Only then did he make up his mind. His grandfather almost went through those books, but after so many years he didn't achieve anything. Instead, Guozhen had a sudden inspiration and finally took a small step forward. As for his father, he was a typical intellectual. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew that those books were ancient books and might even be the only copy, which was very valuable, he probably would have burned them because they were not pleasing to the eye. "Does your family know?" Yi Fan asked. "How can I say for sure?" Guozhen shook his head. He didn't tell his parents, but he did talk to his grandfather. The old man was very excited and told him that when he was successful in the future, he had to help him. After Yi Fan looked closely, Guozhan's talent was absolutely perfect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to find his own way of cultivation in this age of chaos. If he was in Big Dipper, he really would have become the leader of a sect. He opened his sea of reincarnation, and wisps of spiritual qi rushed out from his life spring. He was about to step into the life spring realm, and he was a level higher than the others from before. When Yi Fan arrived at his residence, he immediately knew how he could have such achievements. As expected, those who could embark on the path of cultivation had some luck. This was a very old villa that looked quite old. It was about to be demolished again. It was located in the suburbs and was adjacent to Mount Tai. The scenery was very good. Yi Fan knew Genesis techniques, and he could clearly see the vein of the earth. The old villa was located on the vein of the earth. There were earth spirits surging up, and the qi of Mount Tai was rising. It was also because of this that Guozhan had the possibility to cultivate. He said that his grandfather was a very interesting person. He used to sell antiques and had indeed saved up a sum of money back then. That was why he was able to buy a villa and live out his retirement here. He also lived here for most of his time. The two had a very congenial conversation. Guozhan told Yi Fan many things that he wanted to know. The people from before were true disciples of large Taoist sections. Sometimes, they were a bit arrogant and didn't want to be friends with weak rogue cultivators like them who had to grope for stones to cross the river. The great masters of the ancient times are no longer in this world. Do you know where they went? Yi Fan asked. I really don't know. The ancient times are not something that can be discussed. Even the disciples of the large sects don't know much about it. However, I can guess a little. It's nothing more than their yuan qi drying up, and they can't use their divine abilities, Guozhan said. After that, he talked about some of the sects that Yi Fan wanted to know more about. There were many branches of Taoism, and Guozhan talked about many of them. He mentioned the Shangqing sect, Lingbao sect, Taiyi sect, Shenxiao sect, and dozens of other sections. They were all very powerful lineages. In addition, he also mentioned the sword cultivators of Mount Shu. This sect was very mysterious and focused on attacking. Ordinary people couldn't come into contact with them, and even cultivators couldn't find them. In addition, there was the even more mysterious Kunlun. The cultivators that came from this place all had very powerful backgrounds. Their cultivation was extremely high, and few people dared to provoke them. Yi Fan's mind raced. Could it be the Kunlun mountain range that traversed Qinghai Tibet and Xinjiang? When he was looking for Mount Ling, he had come into contact with that place, but he didn't find anything special. As for the Buddhist sects, although there were temples in the famous mountains and rivers, there were very few true cultivators, so Guozhan didn't know much about them. At the same time, he also talked about the demon cultivators. There were ancient demon bloodlines in the world. The Great Xia Dragon Sparrow, Tian Lin, and Vermilion Phoenix were famous demon god races. Yi Fan really wanted to go to these sects, but Guozhan shook his head. Each sect was very mysterious, and no one knew where the real secret place was. The world had changed, and the essence qi had dried up. The remaining pure lands of each sect naturally had to be kept secret. Yi Fan was very sensitive about the demon race. He wanted to know more about them because all the signs pointed to the dead Pang Bo being related to the demon race. However, although the demon god bloodlines existed, they were very low profile and were even harder to find. During the Cultivator Conference, these people will probably appear. Guozhan nodded. He had also heard that the Cultivator Conference was about to begin, but he was a rogue cultivator like Yi Fan. It was impossible for anyone to inform him, so he didn't know much. How about this? We'll follow those people, and we'll know when the time comes, right? Yi Fan said with a smile. Guozhan smiled bitterly. He didn't have a deep relationship with those people, and because he was late this time, he made them unhappy. Their friendship was as thin as water, and he would most likely get into trouble. It's fine, we'll follow them from afar and ignore them, Yi Fan said. Guozhan thought about it, and nodded in agreement. He also wanted to go to the Cultivator Conference to see. He didn't know the secret place of those people's sects, but he knew where they cultivated. In the end, the two of them followed all the way and caught up to the four people midway. They went all the way south and arrived at Mount Wui. On the way, they heard from the 4 people that they were going to the old land of Lingbao sect. There were famous figures staying there, and there were also outstanding figures of the younger generation gathering there. Yi Fan was naturally interested and followed from afar with Guozhen. He didn't use any magic power and walked leisurely, admiring the scenery along the way. Jiangxi is really a place of cultivation. I didn't expect to come here again, Yi Fan sighed. The old land of Lingbao sect was on Mount Gazao, a branch of Mount Wui to the west. It stretched for more than 200 miles, with ancient bamboos and green pines, and winding peaks and ridges. The scenery was beautiful. Yi Fan was very interested in this place because Mount Gazao was also known as Gu Ridge, an important place of Taoism. The founder of Lingbao sect was Gu Xian, Gu Hong's great-uncle, who founded the sect here. Gu Hong wrote Biopuzi, and was the leader of Taoism in the Eastern Jin dynasty. He was extremely talented and once mentioned the 9 secrets in his work. After Yi Fan returned, he studied it seriously. After his great-uncle founded Lingbao sect, Gu Hong carried it forward and shocked the world. He left an indelible mark here. Now, although Lingbao sect had found another secret place and left here, there would most likely still be some traces left. Mount Gazao was steaming with clouds and smoke. It was as if they had walked into a painting. There were flowing springs and waterfalls here, and the mountains were green and the peaks were beautiful and restrained. Lingbao sect can't be said to have abandoned this place. There are many Taoist temples in the mountain, and most of their outer disciples are here, Guozhen explained. One of the 4 people he knew came from here. This place is not bad. It seems that the records in the history books are correct. Gu Hong really lived here for a long time. Yi Fan nodded. After entering Mount Gazao, he sensed a mysterious qi dynamic. There was a great person with supernatural power who had left a mark here. Disappeared. They actually disappeared. Guozhen was shocked. He stared at the depths of the mountain with a puzzled and shocked expression. Interesting. Today, when the land is dry, there is still such a wonderful place here. It is really extraordinary. Yi Fan smiled and led Guozhen forward. Soon they arrived in front of a green mountain. There is no road ahead. What are you doing? Guozhen was shocked because Yi Fan was pulling him up a green mountain and was about to step off a cliff. Don't be afraid, Yi Fan said. With a flash of light, they entered a strange environment. White clouds lingered, and a few broken mountains stood side by side. It was very vast, and there were many Taoist temples on it. The ancient pine trees here had lived for thousands of years. The old vines climbed all over the cliff, as if they were isolated from the outside world. The spiritual qi here was much thicker. The outer disciples of Lingbao sect should have cultivated here. Otherwise, how could they have such achievements? Yi Fan said. Guozhen was full of surprise. Who are you? An old Taoist appeared and asked them. We are individual cultivators, Guozhen answered. Hey, it's you guys. Why are you here? The 4 people who had just entered had not yet climbed the broken mountains. They were surprised to see them. They were a little puzzled and a little unhappy. This isn't a place that just anyone can come to. This is a small-scale gathering, and the ones that are here are all famous figures and stunning disciples. Those without inheritances are not allowed to enter. One of them had a hint of ridicule at the corners of his lips. Yes, this is the old land of Lingbao sect. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter, another young man said. The old Taoist nodded and said, This is an important place of our Lingbao sect. It is not open to the public. Apart from inviting people of the same path for exchange, only senior masters can come here. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter. Chapter 956. I have long heard that the spirit treasure old ground is a pure land that cultivators look up to. Back then, immortal Master Gu Hong shocked the Middle Earth, and was one of the strongest cultivators in the history of the Tao sect. We came here in admiration, and wish to pay our respects to the Holy Land. Yi Fan said. Guozhen also came forward to pay his respects and ask for an exception. They came here because of the respect in their hearts, hoping to satisfy their wishes. If you want to view the saints' ruins, you can go to the temple outside. This secret land is never open to the public. A disciple from the Spirit Treasure Gate said coldly with a displeased expression. As expected, the four youths' friendship with Guozhen was as shallow as water. Guozhen had already followed them here, yet he was so heartless. Not only did he not speak up for them, he even spoke so coldly with a hint of contempt. Even though we are acquaintances, this place does not allow outsiders to enter. Another person was very direct, categorizing him and Yi Fan as outsiders. His tone was full of contempt. What kind of people are not outsiders? Yi Fan saw that Guozhen was in a difficult situation and asked. He would not leave no matter what. Gu Hong was sitting there, so he had to take a look no matter what. Could it be that you all really think of yourselves as seniors? Another youth could not help but laugh loudly. The old Taoist at the side had said that only seniors could come here to lecture on the Tao and enter the spirit treasure old ground. There are 33 steps at the mountain gate, representing the sky of becoming an immortal. If any of you can cross 8 steps, then you will barely pass and can enter. The old Taoist said. A few ancient pines were like dragons lying down at the foot of the mountain. It was said that they were planted by Gu Hong himself. They were evergreen and strong like dragons. There were 33 steps there, and they were different from the other limestone steps leading up the mountain. It was said that in the ancient times, this was the most common test. Even the Taoist children who served the Taoist masters had the ability to walk over it. Otherwise, they would not be able to freely go up and down the mountain. But now only the elders could walk. Normal disciples could only take a detour and avoid these stone steps from the side. It was incomparable to the ancient times. Yi Fan originally wanted to walk up in one go, but Guozhen was very stubborn. He insisted on giving it a try. After being repeatedly looked down upon by someone he knew, he couldn't help but feel some anger in his heart. It was difficult for him to calm down. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With Guozhen's own cultivation, she could only take 3 steps before she found it difficult to take the 4th step. Due to the environment of the world, compared to the ancient cultivators, the cultivation of the Tao-seeking cultivators was generally low, and it was difficult for them to improve. On the side, the 4 youngsters chuckled, all of them shaking their heads. Even they didn't dare walk the stone stairs, believing that Guozhen didn't understand this place and would only make a fool of himself. Whoosh! A sphere of green and blue light shone. A thin sheet of blue and gold appeared in Guozhen's hands. There was a symbol engraved on it that was extremely ancient. It released streaks of blue and gold radiance that surrounded him. Bang! Bang! Guozhen took 6 steps in succession. In total, he had taken 9 steps, exceeding the old man's standard. His forehead was beaded with sweat. Then he leaped off the stone steps with all his might and retreated. The 4 youngsters at the side were all astonished as they stared at the thin sheet of blue and gold in his hands. The symbol on it was extremely mysterious, and it could actually make Guozhen perform like this. Under normal circumstances, these 4 people couldn't do this at all. They could only take 3 steps at most, but they didn't expect Guozhen to be able to do it. The old Taoist was also astonished. He stared at the blue and gold symbol continuously and said, "Even though you borrowed the help of a spirit weapon, it still counts as a pass. You may go up." Guozhen let out a long breath and wiped away the sweat on his forehead. He carefully put away the thin sheet of blue and gold. At his realm, he still couldn't accept weapons into the sea of reincarnation within his body, just relying on external objects. What kind of ability is that? A youngster said in a low voice. The 4 felt that they had lost face, so they didn't stay any longer and quickly went up the mountain. Guozhen seemed to be exhausted after walking 9 steps. After returning, he hurriedly sat cross-legged on the ground to recover his essence energy. Yi Fan glanced at the 33 stone steps. He walked up step by step until he reached the end and came back down. Below, the old Taoist was almost terrified. He was so shocked that he was tongue-tied. Even he could only walk halfway up, but this youngster seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll. He knew that when he saw a true expert, he had to call him senior and salute him. Yi Fan stopped him and shook his head. He then came to Guozhen's side and sent a stream of pure divine power over. Immediately, Guozhen's exhaustion was swept away. His entire body felt comfortable and recovered to its original state. Brother Yi. He was naturally astonished and quickly opened his eyes. It's just a small Taoist. I usually store an extra stream of inner yuan in an artifact, Yi Fan explained with a smile. Guozhen was relieved. Otherwise, he would really think that he had met a senior expert. Transferring origin qi to others like this was very exhausting. If it was stored in an artifact, it would be a different matter. The old Taoist respectfully watched them walk up the mountain along a small path that led to the Taoist temple on the rooftop. Meanwhile, he himself didn't move. He shook his head forcefully and continued to guard the mountain gate. Along the way, they saw green pines and green cypresses. Cranes flew in the sky and circled from time to time. The place was steaming with clouds and looked like a fairyland. The spiritual qi here was many times denser than that of the outside world. When they arrived at the platform of this broken mountain, the first thing they saw was a bluestone statue. It was a Taoist with a kind of calmness. He had the air of a celestial being and gave off a feeling of being carefree, as if he had seen through everything in the world. This was a statue erected by later generations to commemorate immortal Master Guhong. It was vivid and lifelike, as if it was about to become immortal and ascend to heaven. The Lingbao sect was founded by Gu Xian and carried forward by Guhong. It played an important role in the history of Taoism, and its influence was unparalleled. Mount Gazao also became one of the 3 mountains of the great sage of Taoism in the south. Yi Fan stood on the rooftop and looked down at the surroundings. He saw clouds rolling in mist, towering mountains, and beautiful peaks and valleys. He couldn't help but sigh. This place was really amazing. In the distance, there were several broken mountains standing side by side. Although the spiritual qi had dried up, there was a kind of remnant ripple of the great path of creation, which made his heart tremble. Was it left by Guhong? One reason he came to the old land of the Lingbao sect was to search for Guhong's legacy. In addition, he wanted to verify a somewhat illusory secret to see if it was true. In Taoism, the reason why the Lingbao sect played an important role was because of the Lingbao celestial being, one of the 3 pure ones, which Taoism respected. In the history of Taoism, it was recorded that the sect participated in the positioning of the 3 pure ones. Rumor has it that in the ancient times, there was a celestial being called Lingbao. I don't know if it's true or not, Yi Fan said to himself. The Lingbao celestial being was respected by all branches of Taoism. For the world of cultivation, whether it really existed or not was already impossible to verify. The fact that the Lingbao sect chose such a name was enough to explain everything. It also indirectly proved its supreme status in Taoism. Yi Fan captured the traces of the creation of the great Tao and pondered seriously. When he was on the other side of the starry sky, he had heard of the origin of the 9 secrets. Some said that it was created by the deceased celestial being of Taoism. Some said that it was a secret technique left behind by the supreme figures of different periods in the ancient times before they passed away, which was then combined by the later generations. Others said that the 9 secrets were the result of countless people perfecting it. Guhong might have mastered 1 or 2 of the 9 secrets. From the name of the sect, it's not hard to make some connections. Could it be that the Lingbao celestial being was one of the few celestial beings who created the 9 secrets? On the broken mountain, these temples were all very old. Although the great practitioners had all passed away, everything here proved their former glory. The remnant marks of the Tao and the incomplete sage formations were shocking. However, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was too thin, and these things were difficult to operate. Moreover, for some reason, they were slowly destroying themselves. If this went on for a long time, they would all be destroyed. Is this the senior expert you were talking about? A young girl stood in front of a temple and smiled lightly. She was beautiful and looked at Yi Fan and Guozhen. There were also a few young people beside them. Yes, this is someone who passed through the 9 bluestone steps. You guys should learn from him later. One of the 4 young cultivators who knew Guozhen before said. A few people immediately laughed after hearing this. They were all juniors who came here with the elders of their sects, so they clearly knew each other. Yi Fan patted Guozhen's shoulder and told him to calm down. There was nothing to fuss about, so he pulled Guozhen towards the temple. You guys really went in. That's the place where the elders take the Tao. Do you want to preach to us? A group of people followed after seeing the situation. The green grass in the courtyard was like a cushion, and ancient trees towered into the sky. Not far away, There were more than 10 elders sitting cross-legged on praying mats. They were discussing the Tao while some young people were listening. Yi Fan pulled Guozhen to the edge of the courtyard and found 2 praying mats to sit on. Some of the young people immediately revealed strange expressions and looked over. You guys really think of yourselves as masters who have achieved the Tao. You guys really dare to sit here? The 4 young people who knew Guozhen no longer looked at him with contempt. Instead, they revealed expressions of pity. Many people looked over, and even those older generation figures noticed this place. They were all a bit shocked. What's wrong? Guozhen was a bit confused. Look at us. Who dares to sit down? Aren't we all standing here respectfully to listen to the true method? One of them said with a look of schadenfreude. Aren't they also young people? They're also sitting there. Guozhen pointed at the dozen or so young people in front of him in confusion. Guozhen, you're really naive. How can the 2 of you compare to them? Those are all core genius disciples who came from the secret land. The young people standing were both envious and jealous of those people. They shook their heads at Yi Fan and Guozhen. The 4 people from before even revealed a sneer and looked like they were watching the show. Guozhen did not know what to do and was about to stand up. Yi Fan pulled him back and said that he had already sat down and there was no need to stand up. Who are you guys? Why are you sitting here? Who invited you in? A core disciple sitting on a praying mat opposite them asked. Yi Fan looked closely and found that these young people were quite impressive. They were all above the life spring realm. Compared to the others, they were indeed extraordinary. They stepped over the 9 stone steps and came up here on their own. Someone quickly explained what happened. The dozen or so elders were all shocked and looked at the 2 seriously, which made Guozhen feel uncomfortable. At the same time, Yi Fan looked at them. These masters were all above the Holy Ji Palace secret plane. In the current era, they were indeed very powerful. There were even 3 of them in the 4 extreme secret planes. Is that so? They came up here on their own. Then let me see if I have the right to sit here. A core disciple of the Spirit Treasure sect stood up from his praying mat. He was in the late life spring realm. Didn't I already test the way down there? Why do you still want to continue? Guozhen felt a headache coming on. He was a lone cultivator, and the people here were all disciples of big sections. It was said that there could be living great mediums in some secret lands. Disciples of such sects could not afford to offend them. The test at the mountain gate is too easy. Those with decent cultivation can make it to the 8th or 9th step. It's nothing. If you can make it to the 4th step, I have nothing to say. I'll even worship you as my senior for the rest of my life. The young man pointed to the tallest platform. There were also 33 stone steps there that led directly to the platform. Everyone's expression changed. What was this place? It was the place where the headmaster of the sect went up to the platform and preached. Could anyone still go up there? Even those who could walk up a few steps were rare. I once heard that the Spirit Treasure sect's celestial master Go Hong once wrote a Taoist book that discussed the 9 secrets. If we can go up there, we won't force them. We just need to tell them the origin of the 9 secrets, Yi Fan said. He had come for the 9 secrets. His goal was clear. He wanted to confirm if the Spirit Treasure sect really had 1 or 2 secrets. Many people laughed. Only a dozen old Taoists' expressions changed. But when they looked at Yi Fan and the others, they relaxed again. They did not sense any profound cultivation. Do you really think that you can compare to the headmaster of the ancient times? Even if there are great mediums today, they may not be able to walk all 33 steps. Do you think you can? Many people laughed with mockery. They felt that they were too unreliable. Those who knew Guozhen shook their heads. They really did sympathize with these 2.